ปัจจุบันอุตสาหกรรมและธุรกิจจำนวนมากกำลังเผชิญปัญหาจากการเปลี่ยนแปลงในยุคดิจิทัลจากพฤติกรรมผู้บริโภคที่เปลี่ยนแปลงไปตามเทคโนโลยีทำให้ลูกค้าในหลากหลายธุรกิจเริ่มคาดหวังบริการที่รวดเร็วสะดวกสบายพร้อมข้อมูลที่โปร่งใสและแม่นยำมากยิ่งขึ้นเราเชื่อในเรื่องดิจิทัลอิสคอร์หรือการใช้เทคโนโลยีเป็นหัวใจในการขับเคลื่อนธุรกิจให้เติบโตอย่างมั่นคงและเกิดประสิทธิภาพในทุกกระบวนการ
หน่วยงาน Digital Solution นะครับอยู่ภายใต้ True Digital Group เราคือพาร์ทเนอร์นะครับที่สร้างนวัตกรรมเพื่อไปตอบโจทย์ลูกค้าระดับองค์กรในทุกภาคส่วนรวมไปถึงบุคคลทั่วไป Digital Convergence เนี่ยมันมีอยู่ประมาณ5เทคโนโลยีหลักทั้งเรื่องของ IoT AI เรื่องของ AgriTech ตามด้วย Blockchain แล้วก็ Cyber Security การสร้างนวัตกรรมเนี่ยต้องอาศัยความเข้าใจอาศัยความชำนาญแล้วก็อาศัย Expertise เพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยรีสอร์ทต่างๆที่มันอยู่ใน True Digital Group เนี่ยมันจะสามารถ combine นะครับแล้วก็ตอบโจทย์ในเชิงธุรกิจได้เราเวิร์กกับพาร์ทเนอร์ระดับ World Class นะครับเพื่อจะหยิบจับเทคโนโลยีที่ดีที่สุดเพื่อให้เข้ามา Integration กับสิ่งที่เรามีในระบบนิเวศภายในเพราะฉะนั้นพอเรารวมทั้งภายในและภายนอกแล้วเนี่ยมันคือสิ่งที่เราเรียกว่า complete ecosystem ครับ
ความแข็งแกร่งของการทำงานร่วมกันระหว่างเทคโนโลยีต่างๆทำให้หน่วยงาน Digital Solution สามารถเชื่อมต่อข้อมูลทั้งหมดจากทุกอุปกรณ์จากเทคโนโลยี IoT นำข้อมูลไปรวบรวมเพื่อวิเคราะห์ข้อมูลร่วมกันระหว่าง AI และทีม Data Scientist เพิ่มความปลอดภัยและโปร่งใสด้วยการนำเทคโนโลยีบล็อกเชนมาใช้ควบคู่ไปกับการจัดการของระบบ Cyber Security เพื่อให้มั่นใจได้ว่าข้อมูลทั้งหมดนั้นจะได้รับความปลอดภัยทางไซเบอร์อย่างสูงสุด
มันคือความมุ่งมั่นของ Digital Solution ที่จะเอาเทคโนโลยีไปตอบโจทย์จริงๆในทุกภาคส่วนเพื่อให้ผลประโยชน์สูงสุดและมีการเจริญเติบโตอย่างมั่นคงและก็ยั่งยืนครับ Hi everyone. Very warm welcome everyone to DSA Digital Solutions and IoT Asia 2022. So actually this event we are hosted this second year on the road. So then the way that we hosted the event, the main objective is to ensure that we are combining, collecting information about technologies, the way that you adapt technologies, and as well as for sure, one of the value content in the event that we can have, more than 30 guest speakers who actually are thought leaders in the level of the way that they design the model of the business. They're going to come to share, the best practices and as well as the experience, the way that they use technologies, how they transform the business. I think this is very honors that we can have all of them, and you're going to get, the value of the content that you can pick up and, explore in your business from the event. I think the year back, if you see in the market, the challenging is still there. So all the challenging that you are facing, actually it's gonna be across the way that you think through, and you are predictive, and some that you are not predict. So then the way that we have to build up that we have to bring technologies to get into and adapt to make sure that you can operate your business, in the better way. The way that we look through here is that if we talk about technologies, I think technologies is something that different. Technologies can help to integrate it to the business and then make transformation happen. The way that we call seamless transformation, so means that digital and business can blend together to creating the new way that you can build your business further. For the technology standpoint, we are actually mentioned last year that many of technologies will be helping business and supporting business in the bigger way. So you think through about cloud services, you think through about IoT, AR, VR, cybersecurity, and as well as blockchains coming up. All those technologies improve in the year back that they are supporting business and creating a lot of the positive impact, right? Even more than that, right? If you foresee further, the way that you look through technology, it's gonna be the different eye views. It's not just only technology piece by piece. If you zoom out and then you look back again, you're gonna see the landscape of the technologies have been changed. I would encourage you may consider first, you have to build the modern infrastructures of the technologies. It will not be only PC, notebook, data warehouse, but it's gonna be about combining technologies, starting with the communications, followed by the cloud services, followed by the cybersecurities, and as well as the enterprise adaptive applications that connect the dot all together. And with that, you're gonna get the data platforms that you can use that to make more precise in terms of the business decisions. This is called the modern infrastructures. And each vertical industry, you can consider the new technologies in each vertical to make sure you address very specific vertical use cases. I think this is the thing that you should look through that to make sure that you build the future of the technology moving forward. I think with that, we hope actually for all the content, all the guest speaker, sharing all the informations can bring it up, some thought process that you can pick and you can develop further your business in the futures. The way that we look through today, pick it up, integrate it, make the change, and then develop the success business for the future. Once again, welcome to DSA 2022.
It is my pleasure to share with you about the topics that I'm going to elaborate regarding to this specific event. My topic today is about how does innovation transform digital landscape into the next eras of tech transformation. I believe that majority of people at this moment mainly discuss about a different angle of questions. Why? Because majority of people ask how digital technologies or digital innovations going to transform the landscape of the tech ecosystem. But my topic today is talking about something that's spanning in a time span rather than digital technology as a wave of technologies or a curve of technologies. If you understand the evolutions of quantitative wave of technologies, we are talking about the long wave theory. This theory mainly focuses on the very long time spans of technologies. Before digital, we already experienced the silicon-based technologies. Even before that, we're talking about electricities or even the coal technologies. So in that sense, the time span reducing from 50 years up until recently, we're talking about around 20 years or 2 decades time span of technological innovation. So in that sense, we may need to ask what will be the innovation that's going to transform digital landscape. Why? Because they are not purely about technologies, but the way people already anticipate and people already have the so-called new demand from their new experience, or even now you can consider it as elaborating our old experience with digital technologies. Then you're going to have some specific type of innovation like social innovation, or innovation that's a lot of digital people at this moment mentioned about how rules, regulations, and laws going to change because of the things that you would like the laws and rules accommodate the advancements of technologies. So let's speak in a so-called foresight way or the futuristic way. I believe there are at least 4 specific emerging megatrends that's going to transform the innovation that's going to change the digital landscape. The first one is on the current situations, or maybe in the near or even in the middle terms time span. We're talking about how digital assets gonna evolve, right? Sometimes it's look very bad for investors or individual investors. But what digital assets gonna change the world in the near future in terms of scenario buildings? It's still very early stage. So in that sense, the first trend I would like to elaborate here is that digital asset will be a new playground for LogisticsTech and RetailTech innovation. You see, I'm trying to merge and bridge between 2 specific systems. The first one is on the digital asset by itself, both technologically and so-called utilization of the values of digital asset. But it will be merged with the emerging importance regarding to rules and regulation, as I mentioned to you earlier. So in that sense, you will see a lot of lawyers, you will see a lot of technologists, engineers trying to talk about the futures of these 2 specific arenas, and then it will be merged into something very amazing in the near future. Like you already experienced the distributed ledger technology or DLT, the futures of laws regarding to blockchains, or even the new laws that related to deep technologies, and also the way that people would like to change the transaction. So this will be a lot regarding to how we utilize rules, regulation, or even laws. The biggest law, I would say, the Royal Decrees or Act. You already experience a lot of countries trying to follow up this kind of development. That's why in the law school or even in the faculties of political science, you need to talk with the academic, and at the same time academic need to learn how technological innovation is going to change regarding to the new platforms on digital asset. This is the first emerging trend that I believe specifically in Thailand or even beyond, we need to discuss more regarding to the bridge between the 2 worlds, digital asset and also laws and political science. The second one, this is not something regarding to automotive industries, but the abbreviation is quite renowned. I'm talking about BMW 3A, not BMW Series 3. B stands for blockchain, M stands for metaverse, W stands for Web 3.0. You see that this is the combination with artificial intelligence for A, BMW 3A, you see. So these emerging technologies will redefine intellectual property ecosystem to catch up with new social contract on innovation. Why? You take a look on the emerging technologies that have a long wave in long wave theory time span. I believe that we are emerging into a sub-web system. You have blockchain, you have metaverse, you have Web 3.0 and artificial intelligence. for the next 10 years or a decade. So in that sense, it's already effect from the first emerging trend regarding rules and regulation. But what about intellectual property regimes? I'm talking about the way corporates, startups, companies, or even research and technology organizations that working on these emerging technologies going to produce a new knowledge. A knowledge that you require to have different sets of so-called IPR or intellectual property regimes. Why? You have different social contract at this moment. We are talking about the way that people would like to utilize that technology for free because the knowledge should be free, right? And a lot of technology tribes allow a lot of people in that society or communities to perform their own technological innovation development by themselves without talking about the so-called traditional IP regime. That's why it's already changed the social contract. We may need to think about the scenario that one day you have corporate-led open innovation, and at the same time you have different set of innovation as well. The third emerging trends that I would like to elaborate here, we are talking about more trade war. Now it's turning to be tech war, right? Not only tech war, but also COVID-19 that's already induced patterns of global intellectual property regimes. Why I stuck with IP for two specific emerging trends. Think about this. If you want to working on digital technology at this moment, the technology that's working on wafer fabrications or chip industries, you need to rely on specific political economy views of the nation that's fighting on tech war, right? So in that sense, we need to heavily monitor how technology war allows your companies to work with some specific supply chains or not allow you to work with other some specific supply chain. So in that sense, that's already affects the way we develop some specific regime, so-called global value chain or GVC. But at the same time, it's resulting from who own the intellectual properties or property right on technologies, right? But at the same time, think about something beyond chip industries or digital technologies. Think about vaccine. Think about the medical technologies or even aviation technology, engine technologies. So we are talking about the pandemic or the next pandemic, and at the same time talking about the way how people are going to prepare ourselves on vaccine and treatments of pandemic, and at the same time who control the logistics systems of the world. So in that sense, these emerging so-called risks, we need to manage risk, and at the same time we need to think about how political innovations can cope with this specific agent of change. And the last scenarios or megatrends that I would like to elaborate here, that's resulting from the prior megatrend too. I'm talking about free innovation that's juggling with corporate-led open innovation. Why? Because we are talking about DeFi, right? Decentralized finance. We're talking about something that I would like to use these terminologies. We already know about IoT, Internet of Things, but now I'm talking about decentralized of things. Every agent of change now facing with decentralization, not centralizing one. So in that sense, we are in the era that we are approaching a free wheels innovation and democratizing innovations. That's why you have a very small people like startup emerging from anywhere in the world. They spend maybe 12 months up to 18 months to pivot their business from nothing into $1 billion companies and empire. So this is the free will innovation, and at the same time they comes up with so-called new business model innovation. You see, at least 4 specific innovation that's going to change and transform digital landscape. Social innovation, law tech innovation, and at the same time we're talking about political innovation, and free innovation. Let's rethink about these 4 specific trends and how we can work with this kind of so-called global change and global transformation in innovation, and we can utilize it into our digital landscape. Thank you very much.
ยุคนี้คนไทยทุกคนต้องมีหมอดี เพราะหมอดีดีตรงที่ทำให้คุณไม่ต้องตื่นเช้าไปหาหมอ ไม่ต้องรอคิวนานๆ ถึงคุณจะไม่มีเวลา แต่หมอก็จะมาหาคุณถึงที่ทุกเวลา โดยให้คุณเลือกพบหมอดีๆ ได้กว่า 500 คนจาก 20 สาขาเฉพาะทาง และเลือกปรึกษาหมอจากคลินิกเฉพาะทางได้ดีตรงที่นัดหมายได้สะดวกพร้อมปรึกษาผ่านวิดีโอคอลที่สำคัญเคลมประกันผ่านแอปได้เลยและดีตรงที่มีบริการจัดส่งยาให้ถึงที่พร้อมเภสัชกรคอยแนะนำเรื่องการใช้ยาให้คุณใช้ชีวิตดีได้อย่างมีคุณภาพชีวิตแอปหมอดีหมอประจำบ้านในมือคุณไม่มีไม่ได้แล้วโหลดเลย
Hi, everybody. Welcome everyone to the biggest online conference in Asia for digital solutions, DSA 2022, Digital Solutions and IoT Asia 2022. My name is Mint, the head of True Digital Solutions Marketing, will be the host for today's HealthTech session. I am right here with 4 distinguished speakers. Number 1, Assistant Professor Thaninit, the director from Sipat Medical Center. Hi, Ajahn Thaninit.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Thaninit Dilapant. I'm orthopedist. Now I'm director of Sipat Medical Center at Chiang Mai University. Good to see everybody.
Welcome, Ajahn Thaninit. And second, we have Dr. Yongchen Chet from Amazon Healthcare.
Hi everyone, Ted here from Singapore dialing in. Thanks so much for having me. So like Ajahn Thaninit, I train as orthopedic surgeon as well, but I would say throughout my career, big fan of technology and innovation and digital transformation. So at Amazon Services, so we are basically a leading cloud technology provider, basically a pioneer and a leader in the segment.
Thank you, Dr. Yongchen Chet. And third, we have Khun Plan Chomanan, CEO and co-founder of Ever Medical Technologies.
Hi, thank you, Khun Min. I'm Panithit Chomanan. I'm the founder of Ever Medical Technologies, and the main thing we do is we work with large hospital like Dr. Thaninit and with technology infrastructure provider like Dr. Shade to come up with healthcare system for hospitals. One of our main things that we want to be a catalyst of change is in patient data ownership. So we have been working in blockchain technologies for the past 3 years with my co-founder in the States, and we have implemented a system where we allowed for exchange of data between hospitals and giving these data back to the patients, to more than 2.4 million patients at the moment. And our presence is in Thailand, Cambodia, in Africa, in Botswana, Kenya, Nigeria, Ivory Coast. And we currently we are supporting more than 16.7 million patients, and we're looking to convert all of them to our infrastructure. And we work with different stakeholders in the industry to innovate together and grow together.
Thank you, Khun Plan. Welcome. And last, we have Khun Yossavi from the application True Health.
สวัสดีครับ So I'm Yossavi Niranvishya from True Health, which is the digital health business of True Corporation. So we offer several digital health service, but our core service is Modi application, which is end-to-end and online to offline telehealth service, which equipped with a few of important functions like AI symptom checker, electronic KYC, secure video call, voice call, and instant chat with our network of doctors. Right now, we have around 500 doctors on board, cover around 30 specialties, and we are able to provide medicine medication delivery throughout Thailand. Thank you. Great to be here.
Thank you, Kun Yosui. So today's session, the purpose is to answer the key question: how can telemedicine transform patient experience and increase operational efficiency to hospitals? I think many people have questions, just basic question to start with. What does telemedicine mean? Right? Maybe we can start with Ajahn Thaninnit first.
For myself, my opinion, I think it's about the telemedicine is about the system or the channel platform for communication between the healthcare provider and the customers, such as the doctors, pharmacists, and nurses, to patients and customer, or the doctor to doctors for consultation. That is in my opinion.
And next, Kun Plan.
I believe Ajahn King has summarized it really well. And for me, from my perspective, it's also about, just to add to Ajahn King, it's also about the data transfer between the patients being at home and the connectivities of these data that you can get from the different care journey, whether it's from home, IOMT, and from the different care provider perspective back to the patients and vice versa as well. So that's all for me, and I think Ajahn King has summarized it really well. Yeah.
Thank you, Kun Plan. Dr. Shed, do you agree? Do you want to add something more?
Well, okay, so you put me on the spot because I think Ajahn and Kunmin has given a good reply in terms of the convenience as well as the connectivity. So I would say myself, coming from a clinical background, but also looking at it from a innovation perspective and transformation, it's basically, I would say, a new and potentially alternative model of care delivery. So for healthcare, we're always limited by what we call the iron triangle, the access, affordability, and quality of care, right? So those are traditional limitations. I think with Telemed, we can actually turn it around and transform it to, I would say, creating appropriate access at affordable price at the right level of care. So that's how I would look at Telemed. Yeah, just to add to, I think, two great points of view already shared.
Yes, how about Kun Yosui from Modi?
Hi, thank you, Kun Min. I think all the speaker has summarized very well. I'm just like to add a bit. As a telemedicine provider, I think of telemedicine in terms of a broader scope and more general concept of delivering healthcare service outside of the hospitals. So I myself and the team is a strong believer that telemedicine is essential, and it will be the technology that help transform healthcare industry here in Thailand and also in Southeast Asia. It addresses two main problems in healthcare system, which is the accessibility and also the affordability. So I think technology can help in terms of connected people and doctor and patient, and also doctor and also help lower the cost of healthcare as well. So this from my side.
Yeah, that's very good definition that quickly summarize what telemedicine means. And how do you see telemedicine move forward, Kun Plan? Like, what do you think, telemedicine gonna evolve into? Can you please share key use cases?
Definitely. I think like one of the promise of telemedicine, as a lot of people has mentioned, and all the great speakers here, is that like it's basically trying to democratize healthcare access towards an area where you can easily access it from the home level or from outside the hospital. Hospital has been the predefined format for healthcare services for the past maybe 500, 600, or even 1,000 years already. With this format of going to some physical place, but as everyone has mentioned, there's an alternative for some stream of healthcare to be done remotely. I believe that stream gonna become really an effective and a common means for people to access healthcare. So the no-brainers one of things like an OPD visits or something that doesn't require those physical touch or require in-person meeting. I believe that's going to come to be for sure, and the model will surely be the innovative model to disrupt what has already been done. But we stand to see where it's going to come from, and I'll stop it here for the others.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, it's gonna be very useful, especially for OPD or outside patient, right? Dr. Ched from Amazon.
Yes.
How do you see telemedicine moving forward?
So I think for me, and I heard from the panelists from Modi talk about going beyond the hospital, or I like to use this term, beyond the four walls, right? So I think if we are heading in that direction from a delivery of care model, we are talking even potentially all the way into population health kind of capabilities. So telemedicine is the catalyst, I would say, in terms of the operating model going forward into the future. So to me, I think four main capabilities. One is of course the decoupling from the physical model, and when that happens, we can actually enable what I call a process transformation. So instead of like a in series processes, we can actually go into parallel processing kind of construct. And because of decoupling and parallel processing from a technology angle, which is basically where I'm sitting at currently with AWS, is very much talking about platform delivery capabilities. So matching supply and demand via a digital platform and actually maintaining that trust equation, right? So, maintaining standards, maintaining, the right identity of patient, as well as validating the practitioner providing the service. And I think all this actually creates a great opportunity for what I call partnerships. That means we can actually form different dynamic, complex partnerships, either within healthcare itself in terms of the stakeholders, or with affiliate collaborators, right? So meaning like logistics capability, retail, or even linking directly with, let's say, manufacturers and pharmaceuticals. So I think this is a starting point of, potentially a lot of potential, and there are various applications from it. So yeah, that's the comment for myself.
Yes. Do you agree, Kun Yossavi from Modi?
Yes, I do agree with Dr. Shea. Has already said is that there are many components that come in for telemedicine services. So I think just going back and to answer what I see the tendency, the momentum of telemedicine in Thailand. I think although we are in a still very early stage in Thailand compared to other countries like in Singapore or Indonesia, but I think all the ingredients, like Dr. Shed said, is started to develop here in Thailand. So what True Health and Modi is trying to do is trying to build the ecosystem and health tech infrastructure. It's not only the application themselves. We have Modi as the core application, but we also built the partner of physician networks, and also a partner with a pharmacy chain, and also partnering with the hospital to do referral service and logistics, and also register nurses to do at-home care as well. So we're trying to build this ecosystem, and I think it's a big ecosystem that we cannot do it alone. So partnering and partnership is going to be the way forward into this telemedicine industry, I think. Yeah.
Yes. How about Ajahn Geng Thaninit? What do you think?
I totally agree with what you said. That is like a process innovation for the telemedicine. And I think the COVID is the catalyst to use the telemedicine. Before that, we feel like reluctant to use the telemedicine. But after the COVID, during the COVID, everybody, including the doctors and the patients, try to use telemedicine much, and the rate is increased. And the case that I think is really useful for the disease, such as the skin disease, NCD patients, and for the case for the follow-up, such as the orthopedics or the surgery cases that we can follow up from far away. That is the case that I think is very useful for telemedicine.
Right. So it's not only limited to solve the OPD cases, but also follow-up cases for orthopedic patients.
Yes,
right, patients can also order medicine from the application. Yeah, so basically it's the combination. And what do you think are the key driving factors that make telemedicine successfully implemented? Maybe we can start with Ajahn Thaninit first.
So I think the key components to implement telemedicine, the first one, like staff readiness. I think we have to have a clear pictures and the adequate data for the diagnosis that have confidence to give the diagnosis to the patients, and the doctors have to understand about the technology and the methodology to use the telemedicine. For the technology itself, I think the first one is about the infrastructures for the high-speed internet and the platforms, the software that ready to use and friendly user. And the customer side, I think they have to have a knowledge, skill, and experience, and like Kun Yosvi said, that have convenience to access that easy for the patients. And the last one, how about talk about the impact for the healthcare? I think the benefit of the telemedicine is decrease the cost and expense and increase the convenience, save time, and decrease the disease transmission. That's my idea.
Thank you very much, Kun Plan. What do you think are the key factors that drive telemedicine successful?
Yes, so I can share this on the perspective of Washira Hospital, which we have implemented and onboarded more than, I think, a few 10,000 and almost 100,000 users now. As Kun Clinic has said, in the NCD, orthopedics, and so on follows up. And one thing that is, as Kun Clinic has mentioned, is the people process first. Those are two that has to be done. And I think the partner, which is the hospital, has done this amazingly to basically retrain all the staff and the process and things that has to be changed. And the other part that we see that is really key to as a catalyst or innovation is the data linkage issue. So after the data has been democratized out towards the patient themselves, it allows for so many other type of innovation and types of interaction to happen between the patients and the doctors. So in the case of NCD patients that Washira have around 10,000, 20,000, then after we managed to pull out the data from the EMR system through our platform, then it basically unlocks so many other potential to care for those patients and see the previous interaction, whether you use self-manual checking or use AI or other stuff to help diagnose. So I think the data part is also really important to unlock.
Yes, so staff readiness, data path. What's next? The Dr. Shade from Amazon. What do you think are the key factors?
To add to the variety of the excellent points already shared, I would say traditionally from a clinical perspective, we in healthcare always look at technology as if it's a tool. That means it's like a hammer, screwdriver, or drill, right? But when we talk about telemedicine and going forward, it's not just a what anymore. It's actually a how. So it's almost like trying to bring the practice of medicine into the realm of technology. So I would say from that perspective, it is having a clear technology and digital strategy, and that of course includes how do you manage the data, how you ensure security, how do you share the right information at the right time. And this is a very important concept from a medical perspective, right? So I think it's about really integrating a new way of practicing healthcare or basically primary care. And just to give you an example is we grew up in a generation where when we think about seeing a doctor, we would think about how to get to a hospital or a clinic. Maybe in the future, the so-called the first top in mind mindset is if I'm not well or if I have a health query, I would actually opt for a telemedicine consult or a channel first, and then from there I navigate the offline and online world of healthcare. So I think it's kind of a whole approach altogether. So it's an overall mindset, I would say, that will really bring it forward.
Overall mindset. Yes, Dr. Che. Kun Yosvi, do you want to add something more? What is the key success factor?
Yes, I want to just add a few comments on top of the great comment that has already been shared. So I think when you're talking about telemed, many people think about the only digital platform, right, that connects people. But I think to complete the digital or telemedicine service, you need to have online to offline. So offline presence, offline channel is essential to that, as well as what we at True has built is a True Health Corner that sits in the retail space like Lotus and Macro. That would kind of like the bridge between online and to offline to offer some service that is not it doesn't require in-person visit as the hospital, but it's so sophisticated enough. It's not going to rely only on digital. That would be one comment. And another comment would be the critical success of telemedicine in Thailand would still rely on the regulator or the government itself. So even though that COVID has proved that telemedicine is useful, right? It's essential to healthcare, but it's still it's still the law and regulation is still behind. So you still need to develop the law and regulation and the framework that help support telemedicine, not slow it down, but just to support to make it grow faster. So that would be my comment.
Yes, yeah, external factor also plays a big role, right? Especially regulations. And do you think right now telemedicine is necessary for healthcare in Thailand? Kun Yosui, you think are we ready?
Yes, I think it's the right timing. To answer the first question, to answer the first question, I think it's essential and it's important. I think COVID has proved that without telemedicine, medical service couldn't be delivered at the time of crisis, right? So telemedicine is essential, and I think right now is a good timing for telemedicine service to be widely adopted. Like as I said, many ingredients is already ready. Like provider has more understanding. The consumer side kind of understand a little bit more about Telemed. The government or the regulator trying to ease a little bit on that. So I think the ingredient is ready, and I think it's the right timing. Yeah.
Yes, and Ajahn Thaninik ka, the ingredients are ready, but do you think the adopters, patients are ready as well?
I think now include the doctor and the patients accept for the use of the telemedicine. However, we have to adjust about the law and regulation, like just we said, because nowadays they have no rules or no laws that reinforce about the use of telemedicine, including
Yes.
about pharmacists.
And you think overall patients so far have enough knowledge to know how to use this telemedicine?
Yes, I think nowadays the people understand about the technology increase, and they try to use more and more, include especially the generation Y or Z, that they use a lot of this technology.
I see. And Kun Plan from Ever Healthcare, you think are we ready? Are we ready?
Yes, I concur with the two previous panelists, and I believe that we are ready for it, and it's a really good time, especially as Dr. Thin has mentioned the COVID period, where it's kind of shown that it's very necessary to have a different means to access healthcare. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. How about Dr. Che from Amazon? Would you like to add anything?
Well, I'm going to try to maybe give a slightly different answer. So I would say it depends. I mean, I have the privilege of, actually being based in Bangkok for almost 2.5 years. And I know that the society and the people of Thailand are, I would say, very sophisticated. They're very aware of the options and the choices they have. Similarly, there's a very advanced medical, practice and community in the country. So maybe not for every condition or every need, but I think for certain specific areas, certain rural areas, and maybe certain resource strain sectors as well. I mean, this is very universal. I mean, even in very developed countries or even in Singapore, where it's very tiny, you would think that, there's no need for telemedicine, right? But, in terms of the different models, and again, I use this term right side, right care, that kind of matching of resourcing plus the demand at the right timing. I think that's where I think telemedicine, if brought into the processes, can really shine. So it's a resource supply demand balancing, and of course doing it with all the quality and security and checks and balances. So I think that's where it will really shine. Yeah.
Yes. So who do you think would be the first mover or the first group of people who adopt this telemedicine? Maybe we can start with Kun Plan from Ever first.
I think if you ask about the stakeholders and the specific market, I think a lot of the hospitals in Thailand have already done a great job with adopting telemedicine during COVID period of time. although it's in the smaller pocket and it's like each hospital have their own system, I think it's already being used in a quite useful manner inside this hospital, as I've seen at different parties. And I've seen that NCD has been really impactful because for NCD patients, like, it's just, for example, for a diabetic patient, a lot of the drug adjustment, if you have like a good application or a good system to track, doesn't have to be a complete one, but just a system to track how much drug compliance the patient has been doing, that's already really impactful during COVID time to lessen the risk of exposure to coming in bulk to the hospital. So I've already seen some impacts going on in such area.
Right. Ajahn Thaninit, who do you think would be the first mover?
The patients in the group of NCD, like Kun Pan said, like NCD group is a big group in Thailand right now. In kidney disease, we can follow up because in those patients they come to receive the drug, and the doctor just repeat for the laboratory. And the third group is about the post surgery. That is like you just follow up, just want to take a look for the wound or the surgical site, and X-ray you can take from the nearby hospital. That is the useful case in my opinion. And another one is doctor and doctor consultation.
I see. So doctor consultation, kidney patients, and post-surgery follow-up cases, right? Yes. Yeah. Kun Yoswi, do you agree?
Yes, but I will add a little bit on the patient side. So from our experience, the specific group of user that has been widely adopted and the growth has been really strong is the insurance policy holder. I think this group has a specific pain point is not so good user experience in terms of insurance claim. You either have to wait long at the hospital or even when you have to advance pay for your insurance and then reimburse, that's take quite long. So what we have developed is to integrate seamless with the insurance company. So there is no need to do any reimbursement process. Everything can be done real time and online. And this group has seen value of this kind of service a lot. Besides, if this insurance policy holder, they want to get the medicine, they cannot do anywhere except to go to the hospital. So we provide the alternative means of staying at home and then also get care right at their house. So this group has been, I think would be a big group that has been seen a strong growth in terms of development.
Right. So the insurance policy holder, also the first mover group. Dr. Shea, do you want to share the first mover group under the perspective of service provider? Who do you think would be the first mover?
For me, based on experience, and this is across ASEAN countries, not just in Thailand, I think the data has shown that family groups, especially young families, people who want to start families, and those in the women medicine area, especially those who are looking to have their first child, or let's say after the birth of their first baby. I think the convenience and accessibility is a big plus point in terms of looking out for services that provider platforms. But with that said, I think overall there's a very strong kind of consumerism focus in the offerings that we have in the region. That means it's all driven from a very direct to consumer kind of interface, right? So it makes it easy to navigate. It's not so confusing, and access doesn't sit behind, let's say, complicated processes such as referrals, right? So I think it's basically young women and young families, people with young children. I think those are the people who would be champions of digital health and telemedicine. But I'd like to say that hearing from the comments about the regulators and the doctors, right? To me, I think the big enablers would be the clinicians themselves. If they can come out with best practice guidelines and gold standards in terms of demonstrating that patient safety and accuracy of care is maintained. And I think the regulators will actually take following and advice from the clinical community. So meaning if the doctors can drive the conversation forward, the regulators usually would listen and regulate accordingly. So I think that is the way to go forward, just to kind of comment on the regulatory comment by the other panelists. Yeah.
Right, that's pretty good. So basically, the first mover in terms of patients, those would be the post-surgery follow-up patients, right? Especially those who are insurance policy holders and who are from young families, right? That considered as the first mover, but also the doctors themselves who drive the conversations forward and also drive the effort from regulators. So far, it seems like we emphasize that telemedicine is really helpful and, improve patient experiences in terms of patient. Last question would be, how do you think telemedicine increase operational efficiency to hospitals? Maybe we can start this question with Ajahn Thaninik.
For the efficiency, I think it's helpful. But however, maybe the hospital don't want it because they lost a lot of money for charging the patients. But however, the cost for the patients for traveling is decreased. And I think many things will make the cost efficiency. However, it's depending on about the disease. And another disease that really helpful is skin disease that we can see on telemedicine.
Skin disease. Yes. Kun Plan.
Hi. Yes, I think it can be split off to a private side and the public side. So in the public side, in the case of Thailand, it's universal coverage. So there might be a demand for the hospital to, if the process can be more efficient in lessening the strain at the hospital level in terms of foot traffic to the hospital. I think some of the hospital would be happy to have that on the public side. But I think on the private side, is as Dr. Thaninik has said, so it could potentially be a better way for the public hospitals in Thailand to adopt telemedicine to lower the strain and the impact on their resources. So yeah.
Yes. So very, very useful for public hospitals. Kun Yosui from Modi.
Yes, I think Kun Plan has said very well, both on the public side and on the private side. So on the public side, as Kun Plan said, I think that we would want the hospital to focus on a really critical condition to treat the patient, right? Anything that is less necessary, just take that traffic out and then treat it outside. So just for the hospital, just to focus on what they are really good at. For the private hospital, though, I think telemedicine can be complement actually. So I think telemedicine cannot treat every condition. Some of the last part of the condition need to be treated at the hospitals, so we can act as the point to acquire a patient and then just refer that patient to do the operation at the hospital. So we can act as patient acquisition per se. That could be another way. So just would like the hospital to think that is the way to complement it, not only on the way to compete it directly to the hospital.
Okay, so I appreciate Ajah's comment about the hospitals might not welcome telemedicine. I thought that was very direct to the point, but I think that's more of keeping within, I call it a mindset of a constraint, right? And based on the traditional fee for service model, I think if we think about having a bit more what is possible, right? So I think Telemed actually provides hospitals with the ability to better allocate their high value resources, right? I mean, if you have a very senior surgeon or a cardiologist, you want to really, process and manage the complex cases, which will in fact potentially even review higher revenue opportunity. But I think just to give you an example, that in the American system, right, where revenue is of course very important because it's private driven. They do have a value-based care business model as well. So it's about outcomes versus just doing a process. And I think with telemedicine, you can use it to actually direct your resources to create new business models and as well as drive better outcomes. And this could be, of course, a very interesting kind of capability that you can develop going forward. And definitely from the payer side, which is both public sector, universal care, as well as even private insurance, I think they will be very keen to work with providers who have this sort of newer models of healthcare and not just the original traditional approach. So by saying that, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, all great speakers for sharing very useful insights. I believe all audiences and myself have learned a lot about how digital transformation created an impact in healthcare industry. If anybody have any more questions, please feel free to scan QR code on the right-hand side. Please stay safe and keep in touch. Thank you very much.
True Digital Group พาร์ทเนอร์ผู้พัฒนานวัตกรรม Digital Solution เพื่อยกระดับธุรกิจและการใช้ชีวิตของผู้คนอย่างยั่งยืนด้วยการผสานเทคโนโลยีภายใต้แนวคิด Digital Convergence ที่เป็นหัวใจสำคัญในการสร้างคุณค่าและพัฒนานวัตกรรมให้ตอบโจทย์ความต้องการทางธุรกิจอย่างแท้จริงไม่ว่าจะเป็นโซลูชันที่ช่วยเพิ่มประสิทธิภาพในการจัดการร้านค้าที่อยู่อาศัยการบริหารพื้นที่ลานจอดรถการทำการตลาดหรือแม้กระทั่งการขนส่งความท้าทายส่วนใหญ่ของระบบโลจิสติกหรือการขนส่งในปัจจุบันนั้นมาจากการขนส่งสินค้าไม่ทันเวลาเกิดอุบัติเหตุระหว่างการขนส่งหรือแม้แต่การรั่วไหลหรือสูญหายของน้ำมันรถ Smart Transportation ได้นำเทคโนโลยี IoT ระบบ Telematics และ GPS Tracking System มาผสานกับเทคโนโลยี AI และ Analytics พร้อมทั้งเก็บข้อมูลในระบบคลาวด์ทำให้ธุรกิจสามารถกำหนดขอบเขตระยะทางและเส้นทางการสัญจรของรถพร้อมแจ้งเตือนทันทีที่มีการขับออกนอกเส้นทางหรือพบปัญหาของยานพาหนะบันทึกลักษณะการขับรถของพนักงานว่าก่อให้เกิดอันตรายหรือไม่และนำมาประเมินผลเป็นคะแนนได้ในภายหลังเมื่อมีอุบัติเหตุสามารถวิเคราะห์ข้อมูลการขับและเฉี่ยวชนจากเซ็นเซอร์ในแต่ละจุดของรถสามารถตรวจสอบสถานะการขนส่งและดูรายงานการขับขี่พร้อมสั่งการได้ทุกที่อย่างเรียลไทม์ธุรกิจสามารถนำข้อมูลเหล่านี้มาวิเคราะห์เพื่อลดต้นทุนและวางแผนการจัดการได้อย่างเหมาะสมเครือข่าย 5G จาก True ที่ทำให้การรับส่งข้อมูลเป็นไปอย่างมีประสิทธิภาพประหยัดค่าใช้จ่ายด้านเซิร์ฟเวอร์และการดูแลระบบข้อมูลได้รับการรักษาอย่างปลอดภัยเพราะจัดเก็บไว้บนระบบคลาวด์สามารถตรวจดูรายงานและสั่งการผ่านอุปกรณ์ได้ทุกประเภทไม่ว่าจะเป็นสมาร์ทโฟนแท็บเล็ตและ PC ได้ทุกที่ทุกเวลาโซลูชันนี้สามารถนำไปใช้กับการขนส่งในหลากหลายอุตสาหกรรมตั้งแต่การขนสินค้าของโรงงานอุตสาหกรรมการขนส่งมวลชนไปจนถึงการขนส่งผู้ป่วยของโรงพยาบาล Smart Transportation ยกระดับการจัดธุรกิจขนส่งและโลจิสติกแบบเชิงรุกวางแผนปรับเปลี่ยนเส้นทางตามสถานการณ์ได้ทันทีเพื่อให้ทุกการขนส่งถึงเป้าหมายอย่างปลอดภัยถูกต้องและตรงเวลา Smart Transportation ระบบอัจฉริยะเพื่อการวางแผนการขนส่งเชิงรุก
Hello everyone. Now, welcome to the section of LogisticsTech, the new era of logistics when of business. How can logistics and transportation technology increase efficiency in business operations? My name is Sutisa, Head of Enterprise IoT and Platform of True Digital Group. Will be the moderator today, and I am here with 3 guest panelists. I would like to introduce the first one, คุณไพฑูรย์ จิรนันตรัตน์ Managing Director of SCG Logistics Management สวัสดีค่ะคุณไพฑูรย์
สวัสดีครับ
ค่ะ The second one คุณฮาร์เบิร์ต วงศ์ภูสนชัย Managing Director of DHL Express International Thailand สวัสดีค่ะคุณฮาร์เบิร์ต
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ And the third one คุณภัสวรรณ ชินรุ่งโรจน์ Managing Director of สยาม Shoreside Services สวัสดีค่ะคุณภัสวรรณค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ Okay, please let's start with the first question. คุณไพฑูรย์คะ I would like to ask you about the first question. What does digital solution in logistics mean in your opinion? Has it become a key topic in your industry discussion คะ
Yeah, this good question. The digital solution meaning to our company so much because we use the technology to change the process of operation and modify the existing business process because right now the business environment, especially in the logistics, changing a lot, and also customer also market also changing a lot. That's why we need to use digital technology to satisfy the customer. Especially, we would like the customer to have good experience on what we serve it to the customer in the logistics business.
Okay, thank you ค่ะคุณฮาร์เบิร์ตคะค่ะ
To answer that question, we actually classify digitalization of our workflow in two aspects. One is to improve our employees' productivity, and the second part is to improve our customer experience. Every technology program or adaptation that we use is either to improve the way in which we work or the way in which the customer experience our service.
Okay, thank you. That's good. And คุณนภัสวรรณค่ะ
I think in nowadays, and as we see the world change after COVID, right? So there's a lot of disruptions for every industries, and not only industry itself for the supply chains, but also for the consumer behavior as well. And Tech Solution is become one of the hot topics during this two years that our organization has been discussed about, and also being keen on what is it that we can do further to ensuring that the customer satisfaction is still there without seeing or physical seeing people again. And also apart from that, how do we then in terms of organizations bundling the with the employee? I would say that semi-auto or in particularly see the more efficiency in the organizations.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all ค่ะ The second question คุณฮาร์เบิร์ตคะ Could you please tell us about your vision or key use case from using digital solution in logistics ค่ะ
Some of the projects that we have embarked on, the most impactful one has been the ones that affect the way in which the customer interact with our people and our services. The one that is very particular to Thailand is the one where we actually started out asking our team, what is it that they feel is the most difficult part of dealing with our customers and our couriers, because we deliver parcels and documents to customers at their offices or at their homes. One part of the interaction that was most difficult is the way in which we have to collect duty or taxes that was paid for an importation of goods. So one of the things that our customer wanted is they want to have less touch because of the pandemic, and also because it is difficult to prepare all the payments or the checks in order for our people, who then has to handle it or provide change if the amount is not correct. So we've actually implemented using QR code and using the Thai standard prompt pay. We built it into our system so that we make sure that the customer experience becomes much easier, and then they can just scan the QR code and make the payment and be done with everything in a split second without even having to handle cash or exchange any goods with their hands. And that kind of technology is very impactful in terms of improving our customer experience.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you ค่ะ คุณไพฑูรย์คะ
The same question. So
yeah, the question about your key use case from using digital solution in logistics ค่ะ
Okay. SCG Logistics, we have a vision of using the digital to drive our business. So-called, we're gonna be the digital driven logistics company in domestic and in our neighboring country, which is we have operation in many places. And that's the first stage. And the second stage is we're gonna be the data-driven logistics company. The use case that we have many areas. For example, we have the supply chain control tower, which is customer can, everybody focus more on the customer, having a good experience in using our service. Supply chain control tower is one of the solutions can fulfill the customer experience. Customer can have a visibility from the beginning of the supply chain to the end process of supply chain. That, for example. And another one in the SCG logistics, we are focusing mainly on the safety. This safety is our priority issue. We also equipped with some device, so-called telematics, to monitor our driver and their behavior of driving. We can training them. We would like to reduce number of fatality cases in Thailand. We would like to be a part of that. That's why we adopt that technology for the safety purpose. Another one is we gonna serve for SME. Which is SME. They are they very good in some certain area. For example, some of SME, they are very good in marketing, but they don't have ability to spend on the logistics services. This is we gonna we build some of platform which is they can use this platform for their logistics from their from their factory to their customer. This is one of the example. And then we ask the banking institution to plug in order that they can have the financials in their business as well. This is one of the example that we adopt the digital technology in the business process and in the safety purpose.
โอเคค่ะ very good ค่ะ thank you ค่ะ คุณนภัสวรรณคะ Would you please share the use case ค่ะ thank you ค่ะ
Oh, thank you ค่ะ I think I'm in Siam Chao site, and Siam Chao site we are operate in the very big facilities as the inland container depot. So we're carrying the containers around 6% out of like exports and import throughput for Thailand. And here we have to deal with a lot of the transactions, and therefore a lot of physical touching, a lot of information and so paperwork that has been done here. And to me, I look at this as the two fronts. The first front is the macro economic system, which is not only me, right, as an ICDs, but I'm looking at from the communities of the containers and the vessel flow. So there's a lot of the vessel importer, exporter, customs, and the cargo flow that we need to dealing with. So for me, and as we see in the new trends of the labor that will be scalable down or they will change in terms of the way of life. This become a also crucial topics that how do we then still embarking this journey to the customer satisfaction, and by also put more efficiency and effectiveness in our process. So there's a lot of things that on utilizations that the depot like us can do. For example, what we are embarking is the system tracking on container level. And of course, in the near future, we could provide the platform to the customers so that they can track on their containers. And that will save a lot of times for example, for the producers and also for the consignee. Second one that we are embarking also is that from the trucking perspective, we are also looking at from the IoT and also telematics that we want to also shift in and also put it into our equipment so that we can see and track the performance of the driver and also provide a comfort zone for our customers that hey, we are carrying your containers, so don't worry, we are here. So that's some things that we are on. And last but not least, we're looking at the payment, the finance as a last bit also together. We already embed or implement the QR cashless payment in our facilities, Siam size, and we are also looking at from more of the what is it then that we can do more as the adding on for the features towards the customers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Really fantastic for all of you. Thank you. For the third question, we go to the third question. Could you please explain more about using digital solutions in logistic business transformation in your area? The first one, like for SCG Logistics, overall aspect, especially for Thailand, คุณไพฑูรย์
Actually, for the digital solution in our company, especially, we adopt the digital solution because so many mistakes at the beginnings. Our company moving from the manual operation to the digital operation. We think that our people, doing manual work, they are quite easily to mistake in the operating. So we adopt technology, for example, like RPA, robotic process automation, to eliminate all the manual work, to eliminate some error in the operation. And also after eliminating all the mistake, error work. So we adopt many technology to reduce the cost, especially for the operating cost, in order that customer can get the lower cost from us as well. We pass this benefit to the customer. That is our adopting of the digital transformation, digital solution to the customer.
Okay, thank you. คุณนภัสวรรณ for Siam Shoreside International Sea Land Aspect. Could you please share on this?
Thank you. So actually, what we're looking at is part of PCS projects that run from the Port Authorities of Thailand. And this PCS stands for Port Community Systems. And they are looking at from the combines and interconnections of the informations from exporters to importers and the vessel and the custom as on hinterlands. So as Siam Shoreside, we are part of the hinterlands that are dealing with a lot of the movement of the containers. So that's where we are. And what we are tackling now is just that, as I informed you in the beginning, that we're looking at the platforms that we can provide a seamless throughout in terms of connectivity on the informations. And that's not only from the importers to the liner, but also from the customs and the importer as well. Because here we have the customs, and guess what? We still have a lot of manual work that we need to do every day, around like 2,000 transactions per day. So if we can reduce just one activities, then that also multiply as to the efficiency gain to the process and also towards the customer as well. So that's the platform we are looking at, and we are on the journeys of introducing this program.
Okay, thank you. คุณ Herbert, for this Express International Tech aspect, could you please share on this to us? Thank you.
Well, I think similarly to all of my fellow speakers, the whole business that we do of transporting parcels and documents, we are talking about a volume per day in the tens of thousands, right, of documents and parcels, because we handle small packages. The issue has always been for us is how do we reduce the number of touches that we touch the documents and parcels. The more we touch it, the more error could occur, and also the more time we spend and put a lot of people on a single shipment. The shipment should flow through as automatically as possible. Now, RPA is one way of reducing some repeated work so that we reduce error, but we also implemented a new sorting system. Either we do automatic sorting where we have a computer logic where we scan the barcode as the shipment goes through the belt, and then we figure out where that shipment should go and we divert it to the appropriate person. We also allowed that information to flow through to our couriers, because they used to have to read the label in order to pick it up and put it into the van. We now implemented something called sort by light, so that when a shipment passes through in front of them and is a shipment meant for the van, the light next to the courier will light up. He can pick it up and put it in the van, knowing that that shipment has already been scanned, and we know that it's meant for him to do the delivery. Over and above that, we try to make it as seamless as possible for our couriers to plan their routes, so that the system on their scanners would automatically tell them when each customer wanted to do a pickup or delivery, because the customer can choose what time they want to do a pickup when their shipments are ready, and some customers would have a preference in terms of their delivery time. So all of that is worked out into our system, and it shows on the screen in our the scanner that the courier carries, and that device in the van helps him plan out his day's work in terms of where he needs to go around the city. Now, after we did all that, and of course the back end, there's a lot of collaboration that happens similarly between us and customs, and also our own people in different countries around the world. So the collaboration work, now that we can work from home, we've implemented the technology so that we move most of our systems from an intranet to a cloud-based system. So all of our devices, my phone, my iPad, my tablets, and our computers can now access the same information. And that allows us to work from anywhere. With that, we are able to access all the information and collaborate with our friends and colleagues around the world. There was one occasion where I needed to do a proposal to the board of the company in Germany. And so what we did was I had two other people, my colleagues, in two other different countries, one in Singapore, one in Hong Kong, and myself in Bangkok. And we collaborated on a document that we needed to finish. And we could do that within the hour. Now, if we do it the old way, which is to write up a draft and then send it around on email or put it up on a file server, it may take us a couple of days. And the thing is, when we invested so much on technology, the issue is not whether technology can do it or not. It's whether we as people also make best use of the technology and implement and use it in our everyday work. And once we do that collaboration online and we're used to it, we find that we become a lot more productive and we can work from anywhere. So a lot of that is then passed on to the customer in terms of consistency in service, a fast delivery, a seamless delivery, and also for us, we can respond faster to the changes in the business environment.
Yeah. Thank you, Ka. Agree with you, Ka. Thank you. Okay, Ka. The first one, Ka. Khun Napasawan, Ka. Do you think that using digital solution or technology in logistics now necessarily for another business in Thailand? How is it beneficial to other business? Huh?
Oh, definitely. Because as I think for me, utilizations will be the game changers in the future. And of course, they have been talks a lot about the utilization, etc. Right? But I think now, even more crucial that from the Thai governments also, they're also promoting this 4.0, where they're already embarking in terms of realization journey. So we are the chain of the supply chains, and everyone's playing a big role or some part of a role in make it happen and enabling this to happen, right? And as my esteemed fellow speaker just mentions also, compared with Paitun, I think we are almost the same. Have the same mind, think alike that this is the way forward for the country, and we can do more, and we can use the labor in a different way. If we can free up our times from this manual works and also like connectivities, which is right now it is super manual. But that also needs governments involved and also the policy from the macro systems that supporting and push us together. That's how I see.
โอเคค่ะ thank you ค่ะคุณไพฑูรย์คะค่ะ do you the same question ค่ะ
Okay. We need to admit that we are one of the chain of the business process. Logistics one of the one point of the supply chain. To reduce the cost of total supply chain, which is benefit to many other business that many customers concerning on the cost. If we could reduce our cost by adopting the digital solution, which is customer they pretty much do care on the cost and the better service, which means that the better delivery service and the safety and the faster service as well. So this is all the things that other business need us to be a part of that. So digital solution, I think that is could be the answer of answer your question, which is the most benefit to other business which is surrounding us. Because we are one of the point of the supply chain.
Okay ค่ะ thank you ค่ะ we are coming to the last question คุณฮับเบิร์ตคะ do you think what should be a key factor in adopting digital solution in logistics and why ค่ะ
I think in addition to what my fellow speakers have already talked about, one of the key factors why we need to do digitalization is that once we can have all that data sorted and information properly stored in an organized way, in addition to improving efficiency and reducing errors and making consistently high service, we also have the ability now to look at the bigger picture. So we're looking at data analytics, right? Based on the data lake that we have, based on the systems that we have, we can now pull data together and look at our business as a whole in an organized way using data cubes and data analytics. So right now we are in the process of rolling out more and more dashboards for different departments. As they're working through their processes, we can track how the process is performing in real time. Because once we've digitalized all the processes, we are able to see the progress as we execute. And a lot of that allows us to make changes, minute changes along the way during the day. We know how many people are calling in. Do we need more people on the call center because the number of calls have gone up? Or do we need more people on the chat because there's a lot more people chatting, sending us messages on chat? Do we then work out, do we have documents and that we need to submit to customs that is pending? And do we have calls that we have to call back to a customer in order to answer a query that they left a message to us on chat? A lot of these things are now able to be displayed on real-time basis for our supervisors, team leaders, and managers, so that they can manage the business in a more real-time fashion. It improves the productivity for sure, but it also makes it easier for us to identify areas of improvement, and then we use either other digitalization tools or making tweaks in the way in which we operate in order to improve our efficiency over time. And a lot of this, I think, is going to be the key factor in how all of us are going to become better companies in the eyes of the customer and providing the services that they want.
Thank you ค่ะคุณนภัสวรรณค่ะ The question is, do you think what should be a key factor in adopting digital solution in logistics and why ค่ะ
I think I would then add on top of Kun Herbert's comments or so that I do agree in terms of the using all the data to analyze and I think that right now what are we lacking of also is that how do we then use or how do we then handling the big giants of database, and that's a massive of the benefits if we can work on that and we will gain through value from all of the aspects of, for example, the operation process, and how do we then make it faster to the customers and also make it more visible to the customers with the correct and complete information. I think that is super key important part.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you ค่ะคุณไพฑูรย์ค่ะ
So for me myself, I think that there are three key elements. First element is leadership. Leadership, one of the important factor, which is leader need to have a vision to see digital going to be affected into our business. We need to change, or we need to be. If we don't need to change, if we don't change now, someone gonna change us later on, which is digital technology gonna change us, force us to be changed. And the thing that the leader need to do, the more important thing is change management. This is the second thing of the leadership perspective. And leader need to see digital solution could help the business can run smoothly and can enhance the customer satisfaction. Second factor is budget or financial. Without this factor, the digital solution cannot be seen because of without money, without budget, no money to spend to buy the new technology or to build the technology. Lastly is talent or the people. If without this talent, right now the talents very hard to find, and they are moving around very quick, right? So nowadays many organizations would like to adopt the digital solution, headache on this issue so much, and people inside of the organization before adopting the digital solution need to admit and understanding what happened and the changing of new business model underlining by the digital solution could help their life better and could help the customer better as well. This is all the three key elements that I think that the important to change the logistics business.
Yeah, thank you very much ค่ะ It's very good ค่ะ agree with you. Okay, here's the last นะคะ Thank you very much speaker for your guest input. I believe our audience, including me, gain a lot of knowledge about the digital transformation in logistics industry after this section for today. Now, I would like to close this panel discussion and hope to see you again next time ค่ะ ขอบคุณมากนะคะ Thank you very much ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you for having me.
Thank you ค่ะ
True Digital Group พาร์ทเนอร์ผู้พัฒนานวัตกรรมดิจิทัลโซลูชันเพื่อยกระดับธุรกิจและการใช้ชีวิตของผู้คนอย่างยั่งยืนด้วยการนำนวัตกรรมด้านดิจิทัลมาประยุกต์ใช้ร่วมกันเกิดเป็นระบบการจัดการธุรกิจหรือ Smart CCTV Smart CCTV คือเครื่องมือที่ประสานเทคโนโลยีทั้ง AI Analytics และ IoT เข้าไว้ด้วยกันเพื่อช่วยบันทึกและวิเคราะห์ความเคลื่อนไหวแจ้งเตือนสิ่งผิดปกติได้อย่างรวดเร็วพร้อมกับเก็บข้อมูลพฤติกรรมลูกค้าตั้งแต่การเข้าใช้บริการข้อมูลที่ได้รับการบันทึกจะได้รับการวิเคราะห์โดยระบบวิดีโอ Analytics และผู้เชี่ยวชาญด้าน Data ของเราทำให้ธุรกิจได้รับข้อมูลอันเป็นประโยชน์ไม่ว่าจะเป็นลักษณะโปรไฟล์พฤติกรรมการหยิบจับหรือดูสินค้าในร้านค้าจำนวนคนเข้าออกในแต่ละช่วงเวลาของห้างสรรพสินค้าซึ่งข้อมูลเหล่านี้จะช่วยให้เจ้าของกิจการได้เห็นโอกาสทางธุรกิจใหม่ๆที่สามารถนำไปพัฒนาสินค้าปรับปรุงการบริการและโปรโมชั่นเพื่อสร้างประสบการณ์ที่ดีให้แก่ผู้ใช้บริการ Smart CCTV ถูกพัฒนาบนระบบคลาวด์ซึ่งช่วยป้องกันการสูญหายของข้อมูลนอกจากนี้ยังช่วยให้สามารถเรียกดูข้อมูลจากทุกอุปกรณ์ได้แบบเรียลไทม์สามารถเพิ่มจำนวนจุดติดตั้งกล้องได้มากถึง 5 เท่ารองรับการขยายธุรกิจในอนาคตโซลูชันนี้สามารถประยุกต์ใช้ได้กับหลากหลายธุรกิจไม่ว่าจะเป็นอาคารสำนักงานโรงแรมโรงพยาบาลเพื่อช่วยวิเคราะห์ความหนาแน่นของผู้ใช้บริการวิเคราะห์พฤติกรรมการบริโภคและยังครอบคลุมไปถึงเรื่องความปลอดภัยด้วยการจับภาพในมุมกว้างและครอบคลุมทุกจุดสำคัญหรือแม้แต่จุดอับในพื้นที่ต่างๆSmart CCTV คือโซลูชันอัจฉริยะที่ให้ธุรกิจคุณก้าวไปอีกขั้นเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่แค่การใช้กล้องเพื่อตรวจดูความปลอดภัยเท่านั้นแต่ยังทำให้เจ้าของธุรกิจได้รู้จักผู้ใช้บริการเข้าใจและวิเคราะห์พฤติกรรมได้ดีขึ้นทำให้ธุรกิจเติบโตอย่างมั่นคงและยั่งยืนต่อไป
Thanks everyone to join us today. Today I'm very exciting. I'm the moderator today. My name is Chachai Karat, vertically Smart Property 2 Digital Group. Let me introduce the expert speaker that I'm proud to discuss with you guys about the PropTech in the market in Thailand. First one, Kun Wachirachai Kunan Watana, Head of Service Solution Business. SCG Building Material. The second one, Kun Suparat Singhara Nayutaya, Chief Technology Digital Officer, Fraser Property Company. The last one, Kun Parut Penpayap, Project Director, Metaverse and QDC, Thailand. Okay. Then we will start the question that we would like to discuss today about the PropTech. Okay, Cap. What's that the PropTech mean in your opinion? Has it become the key topic in your industry discussion? Can we start with Kun Jo, Cap?
Thank you very much. I'm very excited and proud to be here to discuss with everyone about the PropTech as a topic of today. First of all, I think the name PropTech is quite widely defined. It can mean a lot of things. And today our speakers, few of us may have a different opinion, different view for PropTech. But for us, I'm from the SCG Cement and Building Material Group, and we are dealing with the that first start with the building materials, and then we start thinking about not only the materials or the house, but the living that people live in of these houses. So when we talk about PropTechs, we think about better living of people living in house in buildings, and how the innovation and technology could enhance the quality of living. So that's the definition of PropTech that we are interested in, and I'm very happy to share with you our view about that. Thank you.
Okay, next one, Cap. Picho, Cap. Piso, Cap.
Okay.
That one, Kun Suparat.
Sure. So first of all, I want to say thank you to True Digital for the opportunity to share views and opinions, and it's great to be alongside great speakers such as Kun Wachurachai and Kun Marwood. Just to add on for the benefit of the audience, what Kun Wachurachai just said, I think the only thing I just really want to add on is on the property tech side, there's kind of two terminologies. There's the PropTech side, which is basically the technology that enables the property assets well-being, as Kun Wachurachai said. There's also a lot of talk within the industry called real estate as a service, right? So basically new business models that come along with that. And I think that the key ones that we're kind of familiar with, per se, from real estate as a service is something like a WeWork, something like a Justco, which is basically a co-working space on that, which is an addition of using property to enhance the well-being, but also as a service business models on that. So I'll just add that for now, and then we can talk more about it later.
Okay. Kun Parul Cap, how's about you?
Thank you so much, Cap. I'm very honored to join this panel discussion. Perhaps when we discuss about the PropTech, right, I could start with the simple definition that could echo Kun Wachurachai and Kun Suparat as well. I think in the simple term, we could define it as the use or the utilization of the digital innovation in the property sector or the real estate sector, right? There is multiple use cases during the last several years, I would say, but I think it highly revolves around the way that we could use those digital innovation or technology to optimize the way that we're going to develop the project. From the design to the construction of a particular real estate project, either the residential property or the commercial property, right? As well as from selling, buying, and financing our property, right? As well as, I would say in the last part, maintaining a facility, and provide the excellent services to our customer. I think also there's the evolution of technologies that we need to consider along the way. At MQDC, as well as my role as the project director of our Metaverse initiative, MQDC or Magnolia Quality Development, we are one of the property developer in Thailand, right? When we look at the PropTech, I would say, and also in relation to my project, we would like to see to what extent we could integrate PropTech into the metaverse era. There is going to be like emerging technologies, emerging use cases, and we would like to see it from the holistic approach and provide the best living solutions for our customers.
Oh, great answer. Thank you, everyone. And the next question, could you please tell us about the vision and of the key of the PropTech or the success use case that you have and share with us? Okay, start with Kun Suparat.
Sure, Cap. So I think as an industry, we see a continued evolution of the PropTech industry, right? So I think going back, really the baseline, if you may, is really around operational improvement. So we see a lot of PropTech being used, for example, very simple but meaningful stuff, such as, for example, during the COVID situation, with COVID, a lot of UVC, making the buildings more safe, or a lot about green energy, waste management, which is, if you may, it's really kind of the baseline property tech that is addressing immediate property owners and property landlords. But we also see now within the current industry now that we see that property tech is more data driven. And what that means is that we see that it's going to drive logistics and also e-commerce. So for example, within the technology business era, right, when we do e-commerce, most e-commerce have to subsidize to acquire customers, whether that's any e-commerce site, right? But in the property space, one of the key advantages that we have is the lower cost of data acquisition. Meaning that, for example, in the property space, as a default, we have hundreds, if not thousands, of CCTV cameras. And they're installed really from a security perspective. But right now, what we're seeing within the industry is that this data is starting to be analyzed for footfall. Right? So for example, at one of our buildings in Samyan, prior to COVID, the footfall was about maybe 88,000 visitors per month. Or within our cross asset class, we have about over 400,000 cars coming into our real estate property. And again, that information was really done really more just from a landlord operation improvement. But what we're doing now is that we see that to be a potential enabler for e-commerce in terms of touch points on that. So we see from a baseline operation improvement, we see it going to more of a logistics from a vehicle perspective or for a footfall perspective, so data-driven. At the same time, we also see now, obviously with the availability of technology with blockchain, we see tokenization of buildings. We see some companies in Thailand looking at tokenization of buildings and so on and so forth as an alternative way, as an investment to either raise funds or as another means from an investment perspective. Again, we see that from an industry perspective, not too much yet in the Thai market, right? And then finally, we see the emergence of not just different asset classes being smart or enabled, but we see smart cities coming along. So for example, from a Fraser Property standpoint, we're building probably the largest smart city right now, at least in Indochina, called One Bangkok, for example, which will be live by Q3 next year. And that is using a massive amount of technology. Just for example, the car park itself will be able to consist of 10,000 cars. So you imagine 10,000 cars, the way we want to manage the car park has to be very, very different on that. At the same time, so the way we want to manage the operation, the way we want to manage the experience, the way we want to manage the building, and obviously the upsell, cross-sell opportunity is changing. So I think from the vision we see, I think PropTech continues to be an exciting sector compared to other industries around the world. We see it actually enabling e-commerce, in our opinion, with the amount of lower cost of data acquisition. We see it to be one of the most interesting investment classes, real use cases from a blockchain and tokenization standpoint. And we do see, at least in Thailand, the emergence of smart cities, bringing all this together, coming to that. So those are kind of the key points we see right now within the PropTech industry.
Thank you ครับสุภรัตน์ How about you ครับคุณ วชิรชัย
Thank you very much. Interesting to see the PropTech from different angles, and as Kun Suprat mentioned, along the whole value chain and how to operate, as all facets of the properties. Quite interesting. For us, when we focus on the living in the properties, we have seen a lot of changes, especially has been expedited during the COVID-19 pandemic. People are aware already before the COVID about the importance of the saving energy, especially in this time of climate crisis. We are all already aware of how to take care of the well-being of people in the buildings. But COVID-19 expedite all of this, and see much more importance of using how to deal with this for buildings, for people living in the buildings. And the importance of adopting technology innovation has been immense. For example, let me put one example of this. For clean air in building, we have been hoping that we're going to have the good quality of our air when we live in the buildings. But with COVID-19, it's like very, very important, to take care of that. So now the clean air, we are using a lot of innovation on this, deep tech and also digital, how to manage and monitor the air quality. For example, we use people using a lot of UV technologies to make sure the air is clean. We're also using the ionization technologies to help the clean air. So that's one aspect that we see, people adopt this more and more. Another area is the energy savings. And, we have been putting a lot of effort on energy savings all along. But new technology is coming in place all the time. We have been exploring how to save energy even more, even in our building when we using, the LEED certified, to certify this as a green building. But we are looking for near zero and in the future net zero building in this time, to help solving the climate crisis. And we have seen a lot of technology in this place. All these technologies, one thing in common, that we need to manage it. We need to monitor whether it's have been running well, and optimizing how it run in the buildings. And the sensor, IoT platforms, and is becoming more important, especially for the facility manager who can be dealing with a lot of equipment in the buildings, and also the owner who like to visualize and see what's going on in the buildings. I mean, if we can monitor it, we can optimize it. I mean, we are saving costs as well. So we see that that's going to be more and more in place, and we can be using this all the time in the future. Become the new standard of managing the buildings in the future.
With like a interactive building. Yeah. Kun Parut ครับ
Thank you so much, Kap. I think in terms of our vision with regard to the PropTech, right? Let me give you some of the background and the context, the way we try to achieve when we develop our real estate project in the physical world first. On each and every project, we operate on the principle of for all well-being. What we mean by that is that we would like to not only to improve the quality of life of the human being, of the people, but to make sure that we could create a better world, for the natural environment and for all living beings as well, So that is the kind of the guiding principle when we develop the project at MQDC. Okay, when it comes to the technology, we would like to make sure that that technology could be the means for us to achieve this greater purpose, to deliver the best well-being experiences for everyone. Right now, I would say in terms of the development, which is in our pipeline, we look at two aspects in terms of the technologies. To what extent that we could integrate the mature technologies in the PropTech, with the emerging technologies in the era of the metaverse, in order to create the holistic solutions for our clients, for our communities. We're talking about the kind of the brilliant basics of services that we could provide to our customers, as well as to create the magical moments or wow experience to our customers. So right now, within the MQDC company, we have multiple teams focused on each and core elements. For instance, the Internet of Things team that look at the IoT integration. There is also one special task force that look for the smart living solution and the smart city solution. Okay, the other team, which I work in close coordination with, is look and oversee the development of the digital twin initiative. And I would like to make sure that for MQDC in medium to long term, we could integrate all these kind of technologies to offer the holistic solution for our clients. So basically it's going to be in the format of the digital twin and the metaverse solutions with the integration of the multiple technologies.
Okay, thank you, Kun Parut. Actually, you guys already answered this question, but I'd like to know about do you think what is the key component have to implement in your for the PropTech in your industry? Can we start with Kun Parut?
This one probably I'm going to have a different perspective a little bit, not to start with technology development. I think the crucial part for us when we talk about PropTech or any kind of technology, first thing first, we would need to understand the pain points and the unmet needs of the key stakeholders. What I mean by the key stakeholders is not just only our customers or end users, but also the corporate employees, as well as our external vendors and partners. Once we understand those pain points, once we understand the unfulfilled needs, I believe that we could design the business model and design the experience and integrate with the available technologies to offer the solutions for those people. I would say, when we discuss with several experts, we would like to make sure that the insights that we have in the area of the pain points and the unmet needs going to inform us in terms of the technology development.
Agree, totally agree with you. Kun Joe ครับ
Totally agree, and maybe expand a little bit on the point of part with that. We could start with the customers, right, or the pain points about their needs, and we can see a differences across various kind of properties, right? When we talk about malls, It's different from schools, from university, from offices, hotels. All of these have different issues, different problems. So that one thing that we should start thinking. When they are talking the same thing about energy saving, about well-being of people, but in details, the need is quite different. Another dimension that we talk about buildings or properties, where is kind of stakeholders? We're talking about owners, right? Who finally going to be one who pay for it. We're talking about users, the one who actually living in that place or staying or doing activities in this place. We are talking about facility manager who actually manage it. We're talking about a lot of stakeholders in the building related organizations. So that's the needs that we had mentioned has to also taking care of all of these differences of needs among stakeholders. And then technology, then it's easy part, right? Then we find the technology that fits in and solve all of these pains. So that's my answer.
Thank you ครับคุณสุวรัตน์ครับ
So definitely, I definitely agree with the focus on the customer. So I think another component, just to add on to my other colleagues, is really on the business side. So I think with any disruption, whether it's PropTech or FinTech or any other kind of industry, I think it's about a balance about digital disruption fundamentally. But what that means in our point of view is that I think every business has their core business, right? So on the property side, the core business model is, by square meter, whether you lease by square meter or you actually sell the asset, let's say in a residential or condominium space, right? And that today, if you may, is the core business for any property firm. I think the question really as PropTech arises with any other technology, is it a strategic revenue stream in the future? So there's a core business and is it the strategic business? And the hope is really that the strategic business over a period of time will surpass the core business. And therefore the core business, diminishes over a period of time, but the strategic business then eventually becomes the core business, right? And in order to achieve that, right, that allows any kind of disruption to be sustainable and understood by both the customers and also shareholders. And there's a couple ways to achieve that, whether it's a PropTech or FinTech or any type of digital internal big corporate disruption. One way obviously is the outside in approach. So within Fraser, we've acquired and invested in a lot of different PropTech companies, right? Because it is sometimes easier to acquire companies, right, as we go through the internal journey. So something that we think within the property industry globally is there's more interest now on a new asset class. So the current asset classes within the property sector is the industrial logistics, so warehouse, for example, residential, which is the homes and condominiums, retail commercial buildings, for example. But we see a new asset class within the industry, which is the data center asset class. So you see a lot of you see a lot of real estate companies globally acquiring and investing in the data centers. You also see a lot of real estate companies being asked by data center operators, do you have land suitable for data centers? And that's really because data centers provide a higher return of IRR. Also, it is more relevant in the eyes of shareholders saying that, what is your digital strategy, right? And saying something with a data center with technology companies inside is a lot easier to answer to. So at Fraser's, we've invested in a company called Telemed Global Data Centers, which is the largest data center in Indochina, and that's up and running. So that's one way we've done from a business transformation. And eventually this business, although it's strategic, will eventually be one of the highest revenue generating businesses for the group in the long term. So this is one way from a component to get the shareholders on board, because technology will always evolve, right? The second thing we see, I think from a technology perspective, is PropTech allows us not only to increase productivity or well-being for existing customers, but what we see from a rural regulation standpoint in Thailand, I think we all see a huge opportunity with the Chinese market. So obviously there's been laws and so passed that Chinese or foreign investors can invest in Thailand and therefore own a certain amount of land. So Thailand is actually in the top 5 countries in the world that Chinese would invest in property-wise, once outside of Hong Kong, for example. So in Thailand, the top 3 cities, I think top 4 cities is Bangkok, Pattaya, Chiang Mai, and Phuket. Okay? So they're actually in the top 10 cities that the Chinese would invest in. So based on this, we see PropTech now being a channel of sales as well, right? So obviously in China, there's only a couple of social media platforms. There's only a couple of methods to approach that. So companies in the real estate firm that are competing for new customers, where the population is not growing in a country like Thailand, have to attract international customers. And we really see that opportunity to be in China. We see some investment, regulation-friendly laws coming out from the government. So we see PropTech not only changing the internal assets we have, we see that actually entering new businesses, such as a data center, which will be a new asset class. We also see it to be something that is changing not only our own companies, but change the entire economy of Thailand as well. That will be a key enabler for our growth. Yeah, so those are the kind of key components we see as well, both from a macro and both from an investment standpoint.
Yeah. Got it. Actually, I thought the next question is not about to discuss because everyone told me is PropTech is necessary for the Thailand business now. I thought I have to move to the next question about from the abroad industry that we're discussing. Do you think we should be the first group adopting PropTech? Can we start with Kun Subharat?
Sure. So I think if we look at the Thai market, right, and we look at our current economy first from a pure holistic standpoint. So Thailand's traditional economy is driven by three main sectors. Number one is the service sector around tourism, which I think we will continue to thrive as a country on that. The second area is manufacturing, but we see manufacturing, obviously we're losing a lot of business to Vietnam simply because of the labor costs, the supply chain starting to move there as well. And the third one is really the import-export of that. And I think agricultural as a country will still to be able to thrive most likely on that. So I think with the trend of the country, which industry first, I think from a country perspective, we feel PropTech really helping. I would still say very much around the manufacturing logistics space. Because if you look at the long term, Thailand's key strength has always been our geographic location. And hopefully eventually once we have the high-speed railway, logistics is key. Right, we will be connecting the west and east corridor from Myanmar all the way to Vietnam, from China all the way to Singapore eventually. And with this, I think PropTech will enable this from a logistics standpoint, meaning that all the data that we collect in our industrial parks on this will thrive and hopefully reduce logistics costs and obviously enable the industrial and warehouse sector to grow and continue to be competitive from a logistics standpoint on that. I think for other sectors, whether it's residential, whether it's condominiums or hotels, it really is debatable, right? So I think when you go into residential, I think we all know that there's a balance between privacy and how much we want people like us that are real estate developers to provide technology versus basically the privacy and the convenience of certain individuals that don't really prefer technology in their homes. So I think it's a nice to have. But I think for a business standpoint and a relevant standpoint and from a country standpoint, I think PropTech will have a major impact around the industrial and logistics standpoint on that. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Kun Parut, Kap.
I think since Kun Subharat already gave us the macro perspective of the way that we could apply PropTech in the larger context of the industry development and the economic development of Thailand. Okay, perhaps I would like to focus on the organization level. What could real estate company should focus on when it comes to the PropTech and who should be doing it first. I would say from my experience and the way that we have discussed among our key stakeholders, probably we need both top-down and the bottom-up approach. On the one hand, we need the blessing from the strategic management level. The way that we could see the trends and the development of our sector in the next 5, 10 or 20 years, as well as we need on the other hand, we would need the bottom-up approach. We're talking about the way that we could collaborate across departments, from the sales and the marketing team, as well as the tech team. Also, we should include the frontline service workers into this collaboration as well, since I believe that the frontline service workers or the salesperson they are very close to our end customers. They should be the person who inform and be able to inform the tech team, the marketing team, as well as the management team, the strategic direction and the practical solution that we could offer to our customers.
คุยครับผมวชิรชัยครับผม
ครับ for me, because as we mentioned that the definition of PropTech is quite wide, it depends on what kind of the PropTech that we are looking for. For me, when I'm interested in living tech, the PropTech that help the better living of people. So basically, who got the most pain will be the first early adopters, easier to adopt it. So that depends. For example, I mentioned about sensors, about how to monitor all of this equipment that could be in place more and more. We realize that facility manager has a lot of pains. How can they manage this efficiently, effectively, and also actually improve the cost as well. So that looks like the area that if we talk about digital and IoT and addressing this with the facility manager, and also indirectly to the owner, because then the owner will get the benefit from the cost reduction and more efficiently manage buildings. So that's the area I think is quite interesting.
Okay, thank you. Today we have the limited time session. That's why actually I would like to discuss with you guys more and more, because it's the best benefit and the great knowledge that we have and to learn and study on it and try to adopt it by our side, right? Thank you everyone ครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
First of all, let me say how pleased I am to see so many of you gathered here today for DSA 2022. So which present a new idea for the new technology in Thailand across many industries. My name is Surya from Tourism Group Robocore team. Will be your moderator for today. And actually, you're present here for reflection in your vision in the live panels about how can we use a new technology of robotics enhance your business. And I am convinced that the present all of you will be contribute the value of this afternoon discussion. In this time, actually, we have three key speakers with us that actually have no hesitation in these scriptings as exceptional. And it's an honor for me to welcome them. For the first speaker, Dr. Papin Apit Noraset, the president at the Thala Thai Automation and Robotics Association. Please welcome him. And,
hello, everyone.
Okay. For the next one, Dr. Thepachai Sapniti, Director of Artificial Intelligence Research Group, or NECTech, or we know from like NSTDA. Welcome to this panel, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. And the last one, Kun Chakapon Besuwan, Head of Innovation to Innovation Center to Corporation. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Yes. Okay. All right. Welcome all speakers today. And actually, we are going to discuss one of the topics that we are going to go to today for this section panels. Actually, we're going to say about new technology in robotic enhance the business, right? So actually, I'm talked wrong already. Now we are going to be the first question. Actually, we can share in this panel also. let me say today robot is like quite known well in some industry, right? So my question is like, what does robotics mean in your opinion, and what actually they already start to discussing about this in your business? Let me go to you, Dr. Patpin first, Cup.
Okay, sure. So the question is, what does robotics mean in my opinion?
Right.
Okay, robotics, we can talk about two separate things. One is a physical robot, and the other one is a software robot.
All right.
I would like to talk today with regards to the physical robot as opposed to the software robot, where we can see, there is like a bot running in the network, or robotics process automation, which has to do with, back office automation. So, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, so in my opinion, now, we want to talk about robotics, which means physical robots, and, you can say it's a manipulator, which, do work for or assist with human. Assist with human, now we have newer technology called cooperative robot or cobot, so you can work side by side, as opposed to before we have mechanical manipulator or robot, where it works for human task, and we have to put fence because it might hit someone regarding the safety. So the technology has evolved. Then, with this, robots, mechanical robots, now we also have a stationary robot, or now we have mobile robot. So basically, in my opinion now, for this discussion, we're talking about physical robots that can do work for or assist with human, and could be stationary robots or mobile robots. Now, this is the first question, right?
Right.
Okay.
And how about you, Dr. Thepchai? It's already become the topic in your industry, so also.
Yes, it's very interesting in this part. In the meanings of robots, actually, in terms of like things in the world, we can separate into like a living thing and non-living thing. For the not living thing is something like human, but for the non-living thing, we can representative of robot instead of human. That is why when you try to do something like the function that imitate human, like just only hand, arm, then you have arm bot. Then you try to like imitate many kind of function in human and put the robot to the robot instead. You try to imitate living thing with non-living things.
All right, awesome. How about Kun Chakapon, what you're thinking in your opinion about the robot?
I think, in my opinion, it's very similar to so the robot can be composed by two parts, right? The machine, the mechanical, and the AI part. And I think CP Group has demonstrated the use of robot for quite a long time. According to Dr. Thepchai's comment as well, we use the robots as the arm bot in our industry, and also one of the goals of the CP Group is also develop the robots that can assist people and humans. That would be kind of service robots, and also the robot that can perform some task that limited by the human capability.
All right, so awesome. It seems like three of us thinks about actually the physical robot now, right? That is also can come and co-work with the human. All right. So actually, it will be lead to the question number 2, that if in your vision, please tell us about your vision about the key robotic use case. I think for me, right, I I would like to let everyone share also about the vision that you think the robot will be the keys in the futures. Maybe start from Kun Chakapon first,ครับ.
I think in the group vision, we want to have we have demonstrated the use of robot for like in many industries so far, but I think our goal is to develop and create the robots that first it has to be Thai made and made from Thai people, and the second we want to make the robots that can be affordable, because nowadays I think the robot is super expensive, right? And adoption rate is quite low due to the barrier of the cost and the investment of the customers. And the third, I think we want to develop the robots that can become closer to the human, the human's capability, just like the robots that can analyze the situation, do the problem solving, or kind of express an emotion to imitate the humans. That would be like super hard part, but I think we will getting there one day.
Wow, that is awesome. Actually, I think it's many people that in the robotic field also think like that. Because of a Thai country, actually, we bring many technologies in, right? But we, I think just a little bit that we can produce here by our peoples here. I mean, like OEM, all the things that in Thailand also. That also a quite great vision also in terms of robotics that I heard. Okay, for next one, Dr. Bapin, what are your opinion about this vision of the robotics cup?
Yeah, and the robotic use case. Okay, I'm from the Thai Automation and Robotic Association. Part of the name already say robotics, right?
Right.
We, the association consists of Thai companies which do business, as an automation system integrators. Okay, now we have a lot of use cases, to let you imagine or follow a picture. I can divide it into, two groups. One is the manufacturing and the other one is the service. In the manufacturing, let's look at 4 industries. One of the biggest industry which use the most robots in the world is automobile. And imagine we are Thailand is the Southeast Asian hub for the manufacturing of automobile. So we have a lot of Japanese, of course. We're talking about the internal combustion engine, right? Where now it's shifting to EV. But anyway, from the past 20 years, the big Japanese automobile makers like Toyota, Honda, Mazda, Isuzu, etc. They all utilize, robots. And think of it at the assembly line, where you have the body of, let's say, a pickup truck or, a car. Then it moves in, the line, assembly line, and they have like hundreds of robots, 100 to 150 robots in the line doing spot welding. So the first one is the spot welding in the assembly line. Also handling, moving the body of the pickup or the car in to the line with the spot welding and moving out. Yeah. And then also arc welding. So basically, this automobile, they use robots for spot welding, arc welding, handling, among other things. Yeah. Now, the second one for the manufacturing, you can look at electronics. They use smaller robots. Yeah. And then these robots are very fast, do the components handling, putting on the PC board. So that's another case. The food, moving finished goods around, from the assembly, from the production line out to the warehouse. Yeah. So that's the third one. The fourth one, the medical. Now with the COVID, we see that we have a autonomous mobile robot moving things. We can also see robot hand doing human operations, with a doctor. So these are the use cases for the manufacturing. And for the service, we also see small mobile robots moving food around in the restaurant, so transporting foods, right? And in addition to that, to transporting food, it also can do natural language processing, taking our natural language and try to understand it and, try to follow instructions. So these are the example of robotic use cases that, for our industry as Thai Automation and Robotic Association, we have companies doing work or doing business in these fields. Thank you.
Wow, great. As I do the shorthand right here, we have two majors like industry and the service. Actually, it's popped up in my mind. Actually, in past 20 years till today, Thailand still in the top 20 who use an industrial robot in today.
Top 10.
Top 10. Wow.
Yeah, from the latest
top 10
IFR,
right now.
International Federation of Robotics. We are in the top 10. We do about 3,000 industrial robots. Yeah, not counting
Industrial
services robot. Yeah, but industrial robot, about 3,000 per year. And we are among the top 10.
All right. Wow.
In the world.
Is that good to know to update this information again?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about there's information from the IFR.
Okay. Thank you. And how about you, Dr. Tepchai, about your vision about the robotics sector?
Okay. Actually, I'm from the Artificial Intelligence Association, right? Then in terms of me, I'm thinking about the robotics in terms of intelligence. In the keyword of intelligence, they have one thing that related to the smart. There are many kind of intelligence that the AI society would like to go. One thing is like you can say in terms of like a body smart, to make something that similar to human as much as possible. For example, the robot that can throw the ball, the robot that can do something similar to gymnastics or something like that. You have to put a lot of effort in order to make the physical become like a psychomotor skill. Something like this is also one kind of intelligence. Okay. And another thing is we try to put some brain that make them thinkable. They can think something. As Ajahn Papin said about to make something so robot can do something like a natural language processing.
Sure.
This is one example that we try to put some like information or algorithm in order to make them communicate each other. This is one thing that we put something similar to brain. Okay, and in order to do this, I think one thing is that we try to give them to gathering a lot of information or a lot of data, and put them to be more and more intelligent. There are something that like currently very like a normal use in the house. For example, vacuum robot. You can see the progress of them, starting from you have some kind of like a pattern and then can move around the room, and after that they can go through some obstacle and then can avoid them and can move back without some damage. And they can do something like when the battery is almost running out, they go back to the station. This is something like the behavior that's similar to like a living thing or human can do. When you feel that you are hungry, you have to go to find some food or something like that. This is the thing that I think they put a little bit intelligence into them.
Okay.
But once there are more intelligence, it will be routine based. If you're not intelligent anymore, this is the thing that is another challenging too.
Yeah, that's really interesting answers. And for the last one, yes, correct. Because I also thinking it once become the robot will be the routine in terms of they can operate well. But we no more smart robot anymore. We need to think another thing more to make this more smarter.
Yeah, we will think more and more to make it more like a complicated process.
Yes. That is our job anyway. Okay, go to question number 3. Actually, I would like to ask you about what are key components that to implement the robot in your industry or in your company. in terms of maybe like need to have people have the education enough or staff readiness in terms of deployment knowledge. Anything do you think that is be the key to implement the robot in your industry? Go to คุณจักรพล first ครับ
Yes, Cap. So I think it's very critical. It's very critical for the industry to have the people. That would be like one of the key components, staff readiness. I think if we look into the curriculums or the study of the students in Thailand, I think robot is very new, and it hasn't been taught in many schools yet, especially schools in other provinces or like very far away from Bangkok, right? So when the student graduates, I think we don't really have enough or very super talented candidates, right? To help the industry to work in the industry and to help the industry move forward. I mean, we have some in Thailand, but I think in the future, in this area, it can be improved, and the education system in Thailand can produce more candidates and very talented people in robotics fields to help the industry move forward as well. So I think the staff readiness would be number one. If the area that we need people to drive and to curate and to mix and match between the mechanics and the AI and the machine learning algorithm and put together as a robot, right? So it's kind of science and art that puts together. So we need that kind of people, more people to work in the industry, to learn and to move the industry forward, right? And the second, I think according to the AI technology, in my opinion, there's still the limit of the capability of this technology. So in the industry, you can just like if we call it something smart, like a smart speaker or smart whatsoever, it's smart in some way, but compared to human brain, it's not that super smart, right? Because the AI technology is still limited, so the machine cannot be developed or get smarter as fast as human. That would be number two. So if the robot are not super like smarter than people in some way, so they cannot really perform many tasks as good as people do. That's why if there's a limit of that kind of technology and the robot cannot perform as good that kind of task as well as people, I think the adoption rate would be kind of low, because people would think like, oh, I can perform this task by myself, or I can even hire someone to do it with lower cost. And the third, I think the customer side, in my opinion, that wouldn't be much of the problems. I mean, the customer adoption nowadays come very fast compared to like the past experience when the new technology hits Thailand, just like mobile phones or like TV back in the day. It would take time people to adopt it. Just like when we have the ride-hailing technologies like Grab came to Thailand, it would take like 1, 2, 3 years before there would be like acceleration in adoption, right? But I think nowadays the adoption from the customer go much faster than before. So once I think we have the technology that smart, kind of smarter or as smart as people, and with the affordable cost, I think the customer can afford it easily, and it wouldn't take much time to adopt it.
Wow. All right. Let me suppose here, because of I also do the robot as a service, right? As you just mentioned, we have adaptation rate is quite tough right now because of if we comparing about the GDP in Thailand and in America or in Japan. As a robot, like several years back ago, right? We have a robot, example like dairy robot, and actually maybe we sales here in Thailand around 500K Thai baht, but we also sell the same price in USA. As you know, the runners rate in USA salaries how much and in Thailand how much. We'll be comparing in terms of the ROI in each customers.
Right.
That's
Right.
also tough time to do the adaptation rate also.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's quite great information that I
Right.
listened to. Right. How about you, Dr. Thepachai, about your key component to implement a robot in your industry?
In my opinion, because currently to adopt robots, they have various level. I think, for example, my close brother now he's working on some kind like a furniture factory. It is small one, but they have some problem on finding some people to working. Like it's some kind of labor work. That is why it's not easy. Then they try to think about how to put the robot to help. This is the case that happened in the in a small or middle factory now. I think this is another kind of opportunity that is happen, but it's just not easy to to change everything at the same time. Maybe like a step by step, something like that. In NetTech, we also have some project that try to asking some factory to join together and do something like a pilot project to adopt some like a process line and try to make it automation, something like that. This is a thing that is possible.
All right. You're going to mean the technology is going to become into the more smaller enterprise, right? Like a SME and more
Yeah.
because of
Yeah.
the labor lacking issue right now is going to be happening in each business.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. And how about you, Dr. Papin?
Yes, I'm from the industry. I'm from both the supply side and the demand side. As a demand side, we have manufacturing facilities. Anyway, from this is what we have been talking about all the time with the customers. For me, there are 5 key components to implement robots in most of the industry. Yeah.
All right.
Exception maybe medical, but anyway, I think it all applies. The first one is you must have an investment plan. You must be profitable. You must be either profitable enough to make money and to invest, or you can borrow money to invest and plan that you will make profit to return that money. So you must have capital, in hand that you want to spend. And given that, you need to make a plan how much you want to invest and what are return on investment, etc. Do all the project feasibility study. So that's the first component. The second one is very important also is know which process to implement. When one invests, one wants to increase productivity, one wants to increase efficiency, you want to also, make it worthwhile to invest. So, you look at which process that, you can maximize your investment. For example, all the manufacturing, process, you need at the end of the finish line, you need to take finished products out. So you need to put people there. So depend how heavy it is. If it's not heavy, you might use one man. Or if it's maybe 10 to 20 kilograms, weight of the finished products, you might need 2, to help it out. And you calculate, one person minimum, maybe you pay 12,000. 2 people is 24,000 per month, and per year is about what? Almost 500,000. And no, 300,000. Then how much you're gonna save by investor robots, and robots can work 24 hours basically. In a normal manufacturing operation where you have an average return, or profit, you probably need to shift. So probably pay back in 4 years. So you look at which process you need to replace, or need robots to help with the human. The third one, okay, so the first one, you need to know the investment plan that you're going to invest, know which process you're going to implement, Then you get a quotation from an automation system integrator, from like our Tara, get the price and make sure things work. And then the fourth one, plan human resources, because, you need maintenance people. In the past, you have electrical, you have mechanical, maybe you have electronics, but now you need much more. You need people who know PLC, maybe you need people to know some software. So you have to plan your people, towards your robotics investment. Yeah, and that's four already. Final one is, once you know everything, invest, do it, make it happen. So these are, the key components to implement robotics in our, in general industry where we do business. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Okay. Because we have a quite short time, so I'm going to ask you the last question about what do you think will be the first group that adopting the robotics in Thailand? Start from Kun Jakrapol ครับ Maybe we have a short time. We have a short comments. All right.
I think so far we have observed that customer service and marketing team has already adopted some kind of robots as a system integration. I think that can help to reduce the traffic in the waiting line. So and the robots can learn from like many cases that customer service get every day. And after that, I think the system can collect the data from customers' complaint or kind of feedbacks, and it can help the marketing to perform some kind of CRM or like CM, even like customer experience management or customer relation management, and it can even do like the personalized marketing in the future. So because it can identify which customer has some kind of what kind of problems and how we can better serve the customer. So that kind of AI and machine learning can help with the customer service and marketing too.
Awesome. Pass to Dr. Thepchai ครับ What do you think would be the first group?
I think previously, I think like robotics is used in like a back office, like a manufacturing and many kinds of things. We are familiar with them, but from now on, it will shift to like a front office. That means like a service robot that can enhance in the meeting. For example, like you can see in some restaurant, they starting to have some kind like a service robot to do something like this. And I think in the house, I'm not sure. I think like a smart home, when it's coming, the adoption of something like a robot will be more and more.
All right. How about you, Dr. Papin? For who should be the first group?
Okay. For me, now you can see the world is very competitive. You have to be very efficient. You have to be very, productive, and you have to be, or to have a very good quality control of your products in order to compete. Yeah. So manufacturing, is the first group, and which has always been in the past, but it's shifting, depending which manufacturing now. From the experience now, I can see that the industry which does, arc welding, by using human, and, it's a hard work and becoming shortage when they want to do mass production. Yeah, I'm talking about mass production. Now we see that this industry, they are buying a lot more arc welding robots. So any manufacturing industry which requires, a mass production, which requires, human resources, which are becoming difficult to find or to match, the required production, for the mass. That is changing now, and that are buying robots a lot now. I think we can also see, to compare it, we have COVID-19. So now, in the past, we see that we starting to see universities coming out with AMR, autonomous mobile robots, because they don't want to use human because they're afraid of the infection. So anything that requires the replacement of a human, let it be due to disease, or let it be due to fighting aging society and not enough people, and labor cost is increasing. So that's the first industry, in my opinion.
All right, so clear. It's going to accept like a 40 rules of the robot too. So okay, for here today, I'm very pleased and thank you all our speakers. Today we find the most robotic is work for the people in many industries. Yet time the robot can perform in every job now. But today the robot's role may be including the assistance, research in industry. But finally, as the technology improve, I think there will be the new hope for the human to have more better experience and also more potential of the robot. All right. Thank you everyone here to joining us for this live panels, and hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Sawadee
Hi.
Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Narongwit from Two Digital Side. Thank you for everyone for joining our session. This one I think this one is a very great section that we have to in the detail for discuss about how we move to digitalization in the retail sector. And today I would like to introduce you the one actually I really have been really honored that we have macro to join our session also. From the macro side is Kun Thirayu. Kun Thirayu ครับ please introduce yourself ครับผม
Thank you so much ครับ คุณณรงค์วิทย์ My name is Thirayu. I'm a head of digital business at Macro and head of digital technology. So I'm responsible for driving the digital transformation at Macro and also drive the omni-channel customer experience for Macro customer ครับ Nice to
Yeah.
meet you ครับ everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, ครับคุณธีรายุ So actually, today is like we just open discuss about like digital technology for the retail section, ครับ And I think like I want to share something first for everyone to understand the big picture that through digital try to learning and leverage our technology to the retail sector. Mostly I think like in retail sector we have like a three core character as you know everyone. Now first one I think like the first thing that's really important, that is harmonization the strategy offline to online or online to offline, whatever. Yeah, actually that one very important, the first one core for the character of the retail right now, because like as everyone know retail section this time is like a critical time, you know, because like the online sections very really big one, and they have like a very expand every year, like a double digit every year. So that's why we have to find something like a close our gap between offline and online. We cannot deny like some of technology or some of retail sector they always have physical store on the place. So that means like one thing that through digital try to make it happen, like we try to build in our technology inside to close the gap between offline and online. That one, that the first one that we try to do right now, ครับคุณธีรายุ The second one is for the core for selector of the retail is hyper personalization offering across the risk. Yeah, this one is I think like in the market of retail this time is like super fast, you know. People they have changed interest, they have changed what is his mind or her mind always all the time. include our service, include what the customer expectation also. So that's why we try to offering them with like something is like a really personalization. That one through step up to involve for this part, and we develop technology. A lot of technology includes like the software backend to recommendation and everything with the personalized offering to the customer. That one is number two that we doing right now. And the third one, the third character in the retail is we need to deep understanding customer behavior. So if you can see, we at the first step we close the gap from the offline to online by our technology to pull in a lot of the data. We bring a lot of the data to the second stage to manage and return with the offering personalization to our customer. Okay, that for the third stage that we're talking about, we have like a lot of data right now, so we try to bring in the data and leverage all the data to put the most or the maximum benefit to the business and the bottom line for the retail business. That's the third key character and third key activity that through doing right now, ครับคุณธีรายุ ครับ
That is great ครับคุณนรงค์ฤทธิ์ I would say for macro we see the same thing, because as you know we start our business from offline, and now when the trend change, just like what you say, that customer behavior change, we know they want more, they demand more, and we start to shift our offering from pure offline to be more omni-channel. And that's aligned with what you say, that you see the trend that we need to bring in personalization, make it more seamless, and we try to close that gap with the technology. And we know we collaborate together with True, and True is a big help for us in bringing in the new technology that can help our store. And for us, I think as a macro, I think we would love to work together, and I think that's kind of how we see it evolve in our business as well.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you ครับคุณธีรายุ that actually I would like you to share the from your side ครับคุณเจออยู่ about like the vision or the big picture for the technology from the macro ครับ do you have any idea for that
Yeah, it is my pleasure, Kap. So I can share with you that as I mentioned that we actually in the transformation phase for our business to just be offline to be omni-channel. So the way we work in here is we work in parallel from both inside or our core business and also in the customer experience as well. Kap. So we realign our channel or our offering from pure offline to be more omni-channel. We have e-commerce, as you know, we have macro click and we have magnet, and we also have the social commerce, which is Line, and we also have just like our sales to go approach the customer as well. But in the same time, we know that the more channel we have, the key important is how we can make it seamless. So that's on the front. We actually invest a lot in the technology and how we can bring the technology into customer hand to make it more seamless and easy for them. On the back end, we also look at on how we can be more efficient in terms of operation efficiency, how we can bring in a new machine learning to drive on the supply chain, and how we can operate the store before from offline to be more omni-channel. Just like now the store has to do pick pack and support all the O2O channel as well. So I would say we work in all fronts, just like from the customer journey experience and also from our core business in the back end.
Yes, okay. Thank you for sharing, ครับคุณ Trayu. Everything that I really agree for that. But one word that I very interesting that the seamless. That one thing that True Digital really focus for our technology to step in the store right now, ครับ. Actually, for the overall business, we try to build up something that we call a digital store. So for the digital store, we have the back end for digital store we call data wiser. That's one is like a big one platform to harmonize all the technology that we putting in, because like how we different that I will explain to you. Actually, if you see the market right now, mostly the vendor or SI they bring piece by piece technology to the store. No one no one didn't try to include all the technology and make maximum benefit from them to the store and your customer. That one is really differentiate that True doing right now. We try to make we work along with in the way with the macro a lot. We making some kind of like digital store platform that we call data wiser to the back end. And for the front end, we have like 7 or 8 technology already that we try out with the macro right now. Mostly, I think the first step that we doing with macro right now is about like the AI camera in the store. Yes, and that one really important thing, because like actually when we say customer be happier, everyone will think like so what and then what, so how I can leverage about this data to do our business better, something like that. So but basically about like customer behavior, we in the store already know that. I think they can see people every day, they know every day, but they didn't bring some of like a key action or some of like the key detail that can make business better, I think. So that's why AI camera very important, because like they make something you don't know, now you know everything. I mean like everything in the store, and the data is really grateful. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah,
I agree, Kun Naronglit. I think that's the key part, that when you mention two things on to data visor and also AI camera, because as we transform into this journey, we see that when you go to digital channels, you can track more than just a purchase or the invoice from the customer on the digital channel. But there's a gap in the store, and how we can make it seamless. I think that the true technology that we have and we pilot together on AI camera is really help bridge the gap. Because before, instead of store that we operate in offline, we know only the purchase transaction. But with the AI camera from True, we be able to track the customer. We can know that peak period on how many customers are we gonna have in each period, and even tell us just like the zone on which zone that consumers spend a lot of time before they purchase, or the density of the customer, and classify the customer segment in the store. I think that's really helpful for us. And also
Yeah.
data visor, because when you say that, because we know that IoT start to have a lot more technology, but the question that you point out is how can we bridge and build the brain and start to make use of the data that we get from the IoT or be the real digital store. And I think that's the part that really help us a lot, because when we get that data, now we can merge the data with the online and start to build a true omni-channel.
Yeah, Cap. Like actually, it's right, Cap. You're right, and I want to emphasize again about like benefit for our technology from the two digital side. Cap. Actually, mostly we focus for 4 or 5 objective to the answer the bottom line of the business. The first one, we our technology help you to increase the revenue. Cap. That is very first one. The second one is like our technology or the digital store can help you reduce your cost on operation. That's the second one. The third one is we try to manage to saving time for operation to working in the store.ครับ. Yeah. Actually, the fourth one is like we try to understand. We will get more understanding for customer behavior. And number 5, we will got customer satisfaction for our service or our business.ครับ. That one is like a key 5 topic that the digital store can hit to. And I think like we do it very well on the macro also. Mostly I think like I want to share a bit about like the AI camera in the store. Actually, we have 2 target that we try to find out, or actually that one is like a simple pain point for the retail store that AI camera can help directly. Yeah. The first one is like we try to increase the budget size for person. Yes, that one is number one we try to do right now. The second one is we try to increase also about like conversion rate. Example, there's camera inside the store. They can counting people and show the real time, right? You know, like today we have like a customer in the store about like 150 people, and for the conversion rate, we just buy only just we have like just only conversion rate about like 50 people. Big question is like how in the store can convince or can convert people inside the store to the order. That one is a very big question for that. But normally you didn't see that, you know, because like you didn't see the people total store, right? You see just only the number or in the POS only. So that right now we have like a lot of data inside store. We have like people come in and come out. People stay in the store how long time, dwell time by zone, and you know like which the area is like the best traffic, or which the area have like a variable for the put something or promotion on there to increase your business. That thing that the AI camera doing right now.ครับ. But mostly I think like in the back end, as we discussed with Kun Jirayu Macro, in the back end we have like a digital store they call the data visor. They do some kind of integrate with a lot of technology. That I mean like we have like another thing or a lot of technology or a lot of opportunity to share or discuss together with the macro in the future. Example like we also provide you with a digital signage or smart content that they coded. Yeah. So normally the main business of digital signage just only playing the media, right? Media playing, yeah. But right now we can do more than that. We have AI camera on the store also, and then we have the brain digital store inside. So when the camera put when the camera see the area that we focus, and example fast food, they can counting people on the fast food, and we can put the number. Example like if the if in the area have like a 10 people, and then the camera will send the ticker to the signage, and then signage wrap up the content or the promotion right now to be instant marketing. That one is how we can do different for the store right now ครับคุณธีรายุ ครับ
Yeah, that's really good, Cap, and exciting, because I think what you say that exactly that I think we can create a new offering that more real time with just say the data that we got from AI camera and also for the data advisor. Because I feel like right now the customer want, when we go back to our just like key change from the customer that you say personalization. I think data advisor and also smart content, I think that will help us as a macro or other retail to start to bring in the new offering based on the data that we got in real time. And I think that will help create the personalization for the customers.
Yeah, okay,ครับ Okay,ครับ. You have like anything for sharing from the more in the macro side for the next step or the vision that we try to align together ครับคุณธีรายุ
I think we are, to be honest, I think we are in the beginning of the journey. We know that we just start to pilot with the AI camera, and I think we see the positive result based on that one. But as you mentioned, that there's still a lot more that we can explore. And I think our vision is to start to explore more, just like what you touched on the smart content, and also how we can use smart energy with the data that we got. Because if we can link everything together, I think there are more other areas that we can start to work together. So for us, I think it's more about beginning of the journey, start to exploring and work together with the technology partner, just say to start to bring in and start to create the new experience for the customer.
Yes, I agree ครับ Actually the one thing that we try to doing right now more than AI camera is about like the energy side. Yeah, we do like a smart energy on the we try actually we on the state for discuss in the detail right now already with the macro ครับ for the energy, but for the smart energy we do very good in the group already. Yes, thank you for sharing ครับคุณธีรายุ this section is like a very clear session that sharing about like the digital store, your vision from the macro and the big picture of true technology for the retail sector ครับ and I think like today is like we have to go right now, and I think like thank you for your time ครับคุณธีรายุ and thank you everyone for joining the session with true digital in the retail sector ครับผม today thank you ครับขอบคุณครับผม
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
Welcome to Retail Technology Sections. The topic is rewiring the store and how can technology upgrade retail ecosystem. My name is Anata. I'll be the moderator for this section. So we have 3 guests from various industry. Let me introduce the first one, Kun Tom Chonlak Maha Suvirachai, CEO and co-founder of Better Be Marketplace, knocknow.com.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Good to see you.
Okay. The second one, Mr. Vadim Ilamev, Chief Technology Officer from GoWabi.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here today.
The last one will be Kun Chachanat Jalan Wachanakit, co-founder and CEO of Sixter and Vice President Digital Technology Entrepreneur Association.
Sawadee krap. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here today.
Okay, regarding for the key topic, retail technology sections, what does the digital solution means in your business and industry? Let's start with Kun Chonlak first.
Thank you. Digital solution is everything for Knock Knock. We started as an online marketplace. So we believe that the digital solutions and online solution will make big change in every sector of the industry. So for Knock Knock, we are looking into the home and living industry, and we believe that the digital technology can change at least 3 things. First one is customer experience will change. The second one is the way or the channel that all the brands will reach out to the customers will be changed. And the last one is that all the brand and the product owner, they will benefit more from the knowledge of their customers through the digital technology and solutions.
Yeah, how about Kun Vadim? What is that mean of digital solutions?
Yeah, so it's pretty much similar, just in different market. So for us, it's the core of our business, the digital platform. So basically, we develop and operate the platform where our partners, they can register to promote their business and their services, and by using our platform, they basically can build long-term relationships with their customers. They can able to see deep insights and analytics on how to improve their business. They can save some costs on marketing. So yeah, that's how it is for us.
Yeah, how about digital solution?
Okay.
The last one.
About the digital solutions, I think for us is part of the main tools that we use, because nowadays business is not the same as a business in the past 100 years before. The world has entered the digital era since 2005, 2010. Everyone have smartphone now. They have an online account. So everything goes digital. But for me, the digital solutions for business is like a tools or something that everyone needs to have it. Everyone must have it right now. Whether it's a solution for the internal operations, or whether it's a solution where you can get more revenue from it. So for us, digital solution is something like an essential tools that every business must use it. If you are not using it, you are losing out there in the business competitions.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. So going to big picture, right? So can you share the visions of your industry in the digital solution, or any best practice or use case that you made it? Start with Kun Jo first.
All right. So my business, currently I am the CEO of Seek One Holding, which we have two entities under the group. The first one is Seekster, where it is a platform where you can call for a service ranging from maids, aircon technicians, laundry service, big cleaning service. So that's the first one. The second one is Seekforce. So Seekforce is like we already have the solution that we built and use in the first business, but we extract that technology and then we provide it to other people as well. So can say that we are like a digital solution provider for other business as well. So about the industries, the service industries, it has been in this world for like more than 1,000 years. You know, in the past, people hired someone to do something for them. That's service business. The thing is, for us, we have to use a lot of digital technologies in able to in order to communicate with more people, in order to accommodate to more work, more jobs. So each day we accommodate for more than 500 jobs, and that is kind of impossible if we don't use digital solutions. And I can see this trend with the service market. If someone want to run a business and don't want it to be just an SME, they want to scale, they will need to use the digital solutions. On the other hand, my second company, we are in the trend of software as a service. So we provide our software to other company, and I can see that more and more companies are doing entering the SaaS model, where they create a software and then they lend it to other people to use as well. So for the trend, I think more and more tech companies are going to provide more tools and more solutions. And if you are listening to this panel right now, it's either you will be the users of the digital solutions, or you one day will become an entrepreneur and create a digital solution company for the people to use. Now it's in or out forever.
Yeah, okay. So I think in the connection of like the business, I think like knockknock.com, you provide like product and services business, and can you share any use case or like the pain point or that you have done before about like digital solutions?
Oh, yeah. Make a long journey short. Yeah, Knock Knock has been set up for almost 4 years, and we are the online marketplace for home and living. So starting from inspiration until maintenance of a home. And we call it home because it's include both physical and mental. So it's where the people live. So we have the vision that we hold true, that we would like to make everyone dream home possible. And this is not just for Thailand. And we believe that it is the right of every people that they should be able to have the basic needs of their life with this living place. And we believe that the digital technology can do many things. First thing first is that home and living sector used to be very opaque. So there is no transparency in the system. So many unknown things. Like Kunjo just mentioned that, and it's not just the product itself, it involves service. So if any of the audience is working on your product, which related to the service, digital technology can do two things. First one is it's liberate all the opportunities of the supply side, which is all the sellers. However site you might be, you can join digital platform. Whether you are so small and you have like 3-4 SKUs, or you are the large one who have like 1,000, 10,000 SKU, you can join digital platform. in order to meet the right customers. Another thing is very interesting. Munjo mentioned about the service industry. Digital technology can do one more thing that have never done before. It can lift up the service quality, which it is one of the most difficult things in, I don't know, at least in home and living. The quality of the installation, it's very critical, and the service quality of the logistics, because home and living is not about parcel, it's about a chair or a couch. So, and everything in home and living part around you relate both product and service. So with digital technology, you can see that why we can make the feedback loop as a very important part of the system that lift up the quality of all the services. So that is how Knock Knock is building on. So both product, I mean SKUs and service that is provided for the customers, like end-to-end needs of the customers, are sitting on the system of the feedback, so that every single steps that the sellers or the service provider do to the customers, they will know what is good and what is not good. So in order to make them better every day. So that's our model. And home and living is one of the top one, maybe, on the digital, who will believe that the flooring can be bought online. And we have did that. So it's really, the industry is really changing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And going to like I think it's very unique business as health and wellness, Gowabi, right? So can you share about like the secret sauce, the winning formula, or any use case of yours industry?
Yeah, sure. So I will say secret sauce of Gowabi as a company. So it's the mixture of business and technology mindset of the co-founders. So we very good on like managing the costs of the company. We are very good on automating like operations, and basically if we can, I know, automate something, means we don't need to hire people to do this work, because there are like scripts or some kind of program which do it for almost for free. So yeah, that was our day one mindset, and until now we still follow it. So that's how we reached the stage where we are now. Regarding the use case, yeah, so we started basically as a lifestyle platform, like which helps people to discover new services and new businesses around them, or maybe if they want to travel somewhere in like another city in Phuket and they want to go for a very good massage, so they have no idea where to go unless maybe they ask in the hotel or look around. But yeah, with our technology, with our platform, it's very easy. It's just on your phone, you press one button, and yeah, that's.
Okay.
So yeah, I strongly believe that technology in this sector it helps a lot to all stakeholders.
Okay. So we're talking about like the big picture, right? So we narrow down into like the key components and consideration that need to follow when devising the digital solution. What do you think? What the most important thing that is need to success? The business structure, like team competency, or like customer experiences. What else? And start with Kun Chonlak.
Yeah, me first. Okay. So actually, it's more like other business. It's just run faster, and it changed rapidly over the night. So this is how the digital business and solution evolve. So the speed is everything. If you ask which component, there's like so many components. Well, but the first one would be team. We believe that it's not just the capability of the team. In Knock Knock, we say Knock Knock people has head, hands, and hearts that bind together. Meaning that, you might be good at your, I don't know, you might be clever, but you have no experience. You don't have hands, or you have experience, but you do not have the right capability to join the team. I think this experience and specific knowledge of the area that the team is required has less important compared to the hard part. When we say hard part, it means that since we are doing the new things, there is no one doing this before in ASEAN. So we need a heart that really unite and align with the vision that we have together. So this vision is not for the CEO or not just for the C-level, but it's the vision that the frontline team has known, and they have their own motivation and drive to get that goals together. So first component for us, for Knock Knock, is the team. And the second one is that, do we have the right customer job to be done to solve? It's not the solution yet, but where should we solve the problems? I know that every tech startups is talking about this job to be done before. But I just would like to encourage that even we grow from first year, somehow growing, and that has to be in the DNA of the company. Otherwise, we might build something or use something, or in the case of the audience, you might use some tools, which is then when you ask the question, what problems that we are solving to the customers, and you cannot answer that. So it becomes an expense, and it becomes a tech debt or any other thing. So the second one is the right job to be done, and then we comes to the solutions. And this solution is the third thing, because it changed a lot, and it might emerge and it might die within 3 months. So the solution has to fit with the first one and the team culture of experimentation. So we still keep experimenting things, even we are growing a little bit from the first year. So this will be like 3 things, for Knock Knock.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and of course, technology has to be there. But from my experience is that it's more like 100 years ago when the factory just started. Technology is all around. Same, it's digital technology is everywhere. But how you might use it and why you use that, it might be a good question to ask first. Yeah, so that's for Knock Knock.
Okay. Can you share a bit more about like your team structure? Because technology is very important, like, and like, how about like organization of your team that you're setting up, about like digital?
Maybe Kun Vadim and Kun Jo might share this better than me, but we are a tech company. Yes, of course. We need to have strong tech team. We need to have, because the technology is driving. It's a machine that drives. It's like you have a factory, and all the production lines come from the tech team. But it's, if you ask for the structure, it's like if the tech team is the what is maybe a brain of your body, it's very important. But can you imagine the organism that has everything else but brain? Like, so another thing in Knock Knock is we believe that we are diverse, and we are so good at what we do. and we live together as an organism. So we have, yes, of course, tech team, and we have commercial team, and we have operation teams, and yeah, of course, finance and people team. It seems like it's just a basic organization, but I think what drives Knock Knock until now is that each of them is very talented. They know what they can do good, and they know what they cannot do, and they have friends, and they appreciate others' capabilities, so that we are not just have the brains, like brain company. No, we are a human company. We have brain, we have eyes, we have hands, we have foot, we have like everything. So organization structure is quite basic, but how we manage each of the function in the company and what we expect each of the part of the body to work together, I think that's the fun part.
Okay. And how about yours, Kunjo? Because I think your business is like talking about like the operation part. So how about your like, key components?
I think the key component for the success of digital solutions, digital strategy, and everything, I think it's about timing and talents. Timing, by timing, sometimes if the timing is not right when we implement digital solutions, whether it's for the internal operations or a digital solution for your team to get more revenue, such as digital marketing and stuff. I think it's all about timing. In our company, at the early stage, in the first 2 years of business, we try to implement every technologies that we know, HR tech, everything. The thing is, we have only like 10 people when we started the business, and that is too fast. By too fast, it's like it's costly, and the team doesn't have time to use this. They are saving more time by using a spreadsheet or an Excel sheet. So the timing was bad. But after that, as of now, we have around 40 employees. We need all the tools that we we can to have more efficiency in company. So that's the first thing, the timing. So everything starts with why. Why do you need it now? Why? What do you need? Something like that. So you need to have like a proper objectives before you implement the digital solutions. And the second part, the key success factor is the talents. It's not just about the users, but the internal users, such as your employees. They need to be trained. They need to have some talent, and yeah, that's one of the key. The thing is, in a traditional business, in a company that has been maybe running for 10 or 20 years, the talent, the employees inside the company doesn't have the proper digital talent yet, and it's a responsibility for the company to find maybe a mentor, a teacher, someone who can retrain, reskill uh, the employees in the company. Yeah. So yeah, I think these two parts will contribute to the success of implementing digital solutions for every company. You need to have the right timing of implementing stuff. Do not implement everything all at once. Your team will be super confused. Even sometimes the customer will be confused with the company as well. Why do I have to talk to the bot? Why do I have to, if you have like too many digital solutions, or if you are implementing, I don't know, maybe virtual reality or augmented reality in the online shop right now. For me personally, I think it's too fast. It's like a lot of users doesn't have like the proper tools to look at it yet. So timing, maybe in the next 5 years, when every house have the VR console, maybe it's a good time for you to implement the digital solutions of VR into your platform. So yeah, timing and talents ครับ
Okay, how about yours, Kun Warim? Because I see a lot of deal like in your application. So how about the key components? Is it a commercial or what?
Yeah, I think it's commercial and also talent. I think the core team, the management team who operates the business, because as you're saying, there we have a lot of deals, so we are dealing with I would say 5,000 partners at this moment. So there's a lot of communication going on, and so everything should be efficient, optimized. Like all the processes within teams should be under the control. So the core team, the management team who basically operates the company, that's I would say the key component for us at this stage.
Okay. So I think right now I meet a lot of clients and customers. So the basic question is, are we ready for the digital solutions? Yeah, and what kind of business that need to be like upscaling, adopting into like digital solutions? So okay, Kun Jo first.
Okay, if you ask me what kind of business that need to implement the digital solution, I would say first industry is the retail, because a lot of people are going online already. E-commerce is super easy to implement for your business. And for me, about the digital solution, I always separated it into like a very simple two categories: a digital solutions for your customers, and a digital solutions for your internal operations. So for the retail industries, if you are selling something, selling a product, anything, I think the first thing is to change yourself, bring yourself online. The tools is not expensive right now. Everyone can reach. It's super affordable. So everyone should go online. Whether you are selling it to a mass customers, a niche customers, or B2B, you are selling it to other business. You should have a website so you look more trustworthy. So that's the first thing. And then after that, after your team, maybe the marketing team, the sales team, has already familiarized with using digital solutions, you come and look at your internal operations. I believe that most of the business, you don't need paper anymore. So maybe that's a first start. Look into the operation of your companies. Do you still use a paper? If you are using that, switch to something else digitally, so it can be stored, it can be searched easily. You can just type the keywords and then you can search it. That's different from opening a pile of paper and search through the deck. It's a nightmare. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, and how about you, Kun Warim? Are we ready?
Yeah, definitely. I'm seeing, so I'm like living in Thailand for 6 years already, and I'm seeing a lot of progress in small, medium type of businesses going digital, like with all the platforms currently exists. Like you can basically, I mean, we can order everything online now, and more kind of new type of businesses going online. So yeah, it's definitely, I think the infrastructure and the talents, the investments all exist here in Thailand, and kind of supplying the growth of digital solutions.
Okay, the last one คุณชนลักษณ์
Yeah, I do agree with Vadim and Joe. Customer is ready. They already went on digital journey. So for the business side, we will not be ready enough. It's sometimes like getting married maybe or have a kid. Sometimes you don't really be ready, right? But this digital journey, you can do a kind of experimentation and it won't hurt you a lot if you try. So you don't have to wait until you're ready because you might not know how to determine what readiness is. Yeah. So as two speakers mentioned, just try and just have a team. If you are a business, you need to have a team and you need to have someone on the high level management who back up that team and just keep them do what they should do. And you need to have someone who really passionate on pioneering. If your company is not started, pioneering this journey so that they will keep walking and just be relevant with the customers. If you look inside your company, you might say, we might not need to change. But if you look at your customers and how they run into this journey, and that might trigger you, how might you adopt the digital solutions in which area that you can still be relevant to them.
Today we have a lot of knowledge, a lot of inputs. So thank everyone for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
วันนี้การเกษตรไทยก้าวหน้ามากขึ้นอีกขั้นด้วยนวัตกรรมที่ใช้เทคโนโลยี 5G ที่สร้างมาตรฐานใหม่ของการเกษตรไทยตั้งแต่การเพาะเลี้ยงด้วยระบบให้น้ำและปุ๋ยอัจฉริยะทั้งนอกและในโรงเรือนดูแลติดตามผลด้วยระบบโดรนสำรวจอัจฉริยะสำรวจและวัดความอุดมสมบูรณ์ของต้นพืชและดินเมื่อโดรนพ่นอัจฉริยะได้ข้อมูลจากโดรนสำรวจที่วิเคราะห์ปริมาณและพื้นที่ที่พบความผิดปกติแล้วโดรนพ่นจะเข้าไปฉีดพ่นสารน้ำอย่างรวดเร็วทั่วถึงแม่นยำเพื่อประสิทธิภาพสูงสุดในการรักษาช่วยประหยัดต้นทุนและเพิ่มความปลอดภัยแก่เกษตรกรมากขึ้นอีกด้วย
ผมวิชิตพยุหานาวิชัยนะครับเป็นเจ้าของฟาร์มโคนมไร่ภูนับดาวนะครับทำไร่ภูนับดาวฟาร์มเนี่ยนะครับ6 ปีกว่าแล้วมีเทคโนโลยีตัวหนึ่งที่ทำให้เราสามารถรู้เลยว่าวัวนั้นเนี่ยมีสุขภาพเป็นไงวันนี้เขาเป็นยังไงระบบตัวนี้มันสามารถจับสัตว์ได้นะครับมันจับเวลาได้เลยว่าเวลาที่เป็นเวลาที่เหมาะสมที่สุดหรือเรียกว่าเวลาทองคือ golden period หรือเวลาที่จะผสมลงไปแล้วเนี่ยอัตราการติดเนี่ย 80-90% เลยเทคโนโลยีตัวนี้ที่เรียกว่า True Digital Cloud หรือเรียกว่าเซนเซอร์วัวอัจฉริยะซึ่งมันจะช่วยทำให้เราสามารถรู้พฤติกรรมของวัวเทคโนโลยีตรงนี้มันสามารถทำให้ชีวิตของเราเนี่ยสะดวกสบายมากขึ้น
สวัสดีทุกท่านครับยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่เซสชันเกี่ยวกับ AgriTech ของ DSA 2022 นะครับหัวข้อเสวนาวันนี้นะครับก็จะมาในหัวข้อ The Evolution of Agricultural Technology นะครับหรือเรื่องของการพัฒนาวิวัฒนาการในกลุ่มของเทคโนโลยีการเกษตรนะครับวันนี้ผมได้รับเกียรติจากผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิ3ท่านในวงการนะครับมาให้ความรู้มาร่วมเสวนากับเรานะครับผมขออนุญาตแนะนำทีละท่านนะครับท่านแรกนะครับผมขออนุญาตแนะนำนะครับดร.ปรีสารรักวาทินผู้ช่วยผู้อำนวยการกลุ่มงานส่งเสริมการประยุกต์ดิจิทัลจากสำนักงานส่งเสริมเศรษฐกิจดิจิทัลหรือว่าดีป้านะครับสวัสดีดร.ไผ่ครับผม
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับโอเคในเซสชันนี้ผมขออนุญาตเรียกเนื่องจากว่าเรารู้จักกันส่วนตัวนะครับผมขออนุญาตเพื่อความง่ายปากผมขออนุญาตเรียกพี่ไผ่นะครับในเซสชันนี้นะครับระหว่างการเสวนานะครับท่านที่2นะครับผมขออนุญาตแนะนำนะครับอาจารย์ภพศักดิ์ปานสีทองนะครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับ
ท่านเป็นครับสวัสดีครับอาจารย์ภพท่านเป็นนะครับประธานกรรมการบริษัท AgriTech Biotechnology Thailand จำกัดนะครับและเป็นอุปนายกฝ่ายวิจัยและพัฒนาสมาคมทุเรียนใต้นะครับและอันนี้หลายๆท่านอาจจะพอคุ้นหน้าคุ้นตานะครับท่านเป็นเจ้าของเพจใส่ปุ๋ยให้ถูกพืชก็งามนะครับซึ่งมี follower หลักแสนคนใน Facebook นะครับไปตามกันได้นะครับสวัสดีครับอาจารย์ภพ
สวัสดีครับทุกท่านครับสวัสดีครับผู้ชมทุกท่านด้วยครับ
ครับผมและท่านสุดท้ายนะครับผมขออนุญาตแนะนำคุณบรรจงนิสภวานิชนะครับอุปนายกสมาคมกุ้งไทยสวัสดีครับคุณบรรจง
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับโอเคนะครับแล้วก็สุดท้ายผมขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวเองอีกครั้งนะครับผมนะครับอรินทร์พฤกษานุศักดิ์นะครับดูแลในหน่วยงานกลุ่มเทคโนโลยีการเกษตรที่ True Digital Group นะครับสวัสดีครับโอเคนะครับเรามาเริ่มกันเลยนะครับเดี๋ยวในเซสชันนี้นะครับเราจะคุยกันสบายๆนะครับโดยที่เดี๋ยวผมจะขออนุญาตถามทีละคำถามแล้วก็จะถามมุมมองของแต่ละท่านวนไปทีละท่านนะครับระหว่างทางเราโต้ตอบกันได้ตามปกติทุกท่านมีข้อชี้แนะข้อเสนออะไรคอมเมนต์เนี่ยหรืออยากจะคุยกันเนี่ยผมว่ามันเป็นพาเนลเป็นฟอรัมเปิดเนาะเราก็คุยกันไปตามสบายเลยนะครับโอเคเรามาเริ่มต้นที่คำถามแรกกันก่อนนะครับเดี๋ยวผมขออนุญาตเริ่มถามที่ดร.ไผ่นะครับคำถามแรกเนี่ยผมขออยากเข้าใจนะครับว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราพูดถึงเรื่องของเทคโนโลยีการเกษตรเนี่ยคำที่เรามักจะได้ยินขึ้นมาในวงการเสมอเนี่ยก็คือเรื่องของ precision agriculture หรือว่าเกษตรแม่นยำนั่นเองนะครับเลยอยากจะขอฟังมุมมองของแต่ละท่านว่าในมุมมองของท่านเนี่ยว่าเกษตรแม่นยำเนี่ยมันจำกัดความครอบคลุมประมาณไหนแล้วก็ในพื้นที่ฟิลด์ของท่านเนี่ยมีการนำมาใช้ตรงไหนบ้างแล้วนะครับประยุกต์ใช้ในปัจจุบันครับผมขออนุญาตเริ่มที่ดร.ไผ่นะครับพี่ไผ่ผมเชิญก่อนครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับก็คำว่า precision agriculture นะครับหรือว่าเกษตรแม่นยำสูงเนี่ยใน definition หรือว่าในความเข้าใจของผมนี่ก็คือเป็นการเอาเทคโนโลยีมาใช้นะครับแล้วก็เอาข้อมูลที่ได้รับการจดนะครับหรือว่าข้อมูลที่ได้รับการบันทึกเนี่ยมาวิเคราะห์แล้วก็มีการบริหารจัดการในพื้นที่ฟาร์มเนี่ยได้อย่างเหมาะสมนะครับโดยอาศัยข้อมูลที่มีการบันทึกเข้ามานะครับแล้วก็มีความแม่นยำนะครับเนื่องจากว่าเราใช้เทคโนโลยีเข้ามาเนี่ยก็จะทำให้การให้น้ำหรือว่าการให้สารอาหารต่างๆเนี่ยมีความแม่นยำมากนะครับทำให้ผลผลิตเนี่ยมีมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับมีความปลอดภัยมีมาตรฐานนะครับแล้วก็มีความแม่นยำในการบริหารจัดการนะครับตรงนี้เนี่ยผมคิดว่าเกษตรแม่นยำสูงเนี่ยเป็น definition ของตรงนี้นะครับสำหรับสำนักงานส่งเสริมเศรษฐกิจดิจิทัลเนี่ยเป็นสำนักงานส่งเสริมนะครับก็คือร่วมกับทางหน่วยร่วมต่างๆหรือว่าบริษัทต่างๆเนี่ยในการให้องค์ความรู้นะครับแล้วก็ให้พี่น้องประชาชนเนี่ยเข้าถึงเทคโนโลยีทางด้านดิจิทัลครับโดยเฉพาะทางด้านภาคการเกษตรนะครับซึ่งพี่น้องเกษตรกรเนี่ยนะครับก็เป็นเกษตรกรรายเดี่ยวซะเป็นส่วนใหญ่นะครับมีการนำใช้เทคโนโลยีอย่างไรนะครับแล้วก็มีหน่วยร่วมที่จะเข้ามาหรือว่ามีบริษัทที่เข้ามา ให้เทคโนโลยีเนี่ยอย่างไรเนี่ยเราก็บริหารจัดการนี้นะครับเพื่อไม่ให้พี่น้องเกษตรกรเนี่ยถูกหลอกนะครับแล้วอีกอย่างหนึ่งเนี่ยก็มีการที่จะเชื่อมระหว่างผู้ประกอบการทางด้านเทคโนโลยีดิจิทัลกับเกษตรกรเนี่ยได้อย่างดียิ่งขึ้นเกษตรกรเปิดใจมากยิ่งขึ้นก็สามารถที่จะลดค่าใช้จ่ายนะครับเพิ่มรายได้แล้วก็เพิ่มเวลาให้กับพี่น้องเกษตรกรไปทำกิจกรรมอื่นๆได้มากยิ่งขึ้นครับ
ขอบคุณมากครับพี่ไผ่ก็เป็นแนวเป็นผมว่าชัดมากนะครับที่โดยคำตอบของพี่ก็คือว่าข้อมูลได้ประโยชน์แล้วก็นำไปประยุกต์ใช้ได้โดยง่ายนะครับที่ผมฟังแล้วแบบโอเคชัดเจนว่าเทคโนโลยีต้องตอบโจทย์ระดับนั้นนะครับผมขอฟังมุมมองท่านอื่นเพิ่มนะครับผมขออนุญาตไปที่คุณบรรจงนะครับคุณบรรจงครับไม่ทราบว่าในอุตสาหกรรมกุ้งในพื้นที่อุตสาหกรรมที่คุณบรรจงดูแลอยู่เนี่ยเรามองเรื่องของคำว่าเกษตรแม่นยำไว้ยังไงนะครับแล้วก็มีการเริ่มนำมาใช้อะไรยังไงบ้างแล้วครับในปัจจุบัน
ครับก็ผมว่าทุกคนอยากได้ความแม่นยำครับในการอนุบาลกุ้งเลี้ยงกุ้งนะครับแล้วก็ขายกุ้งนะครับต้องการความแม่นยำตลอดในช่วงการเลี้ยงนะครับถ้าเกิดเกษตรกรเนี่ยครับเลี้ยงกุ้ง10 บ่อได้รอดเหมือนกันทั้ง10 บ่ออันนั้นหมายความว่าถูกหวยนะครับก็คือว่าประสบความสำเร็จได้กำไรมหาศาลนะครับปัจจุบันนี้เนี่ยเกษตรกรไทยยังไม่สามารถทำตรงนั้นได้เลยครับเลี้ยงกุ้ง10 บ่อได้10 บ่อนะครับตั้งแต่ปี2010เป็นต้นมานะครับในช่วง2010เป็นต้นในปี2010เนี่ยเกษตรกรเลี้ยงกุ้ง10 บ่อได้10 บ่อเลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยตั้งแต่ปี2010ถึงปัจจุบันนี้เนี่ยพวกเราอยากได้เกษตรแม่นยำค่อนข้างมากแล้วก็อยากได้เทคโนโลยีนวัตกรรมต่างๆมาช่วยให้อุตสาหกรรมเราเนี่ยเกิดความนิ่งลดต้นทุนแฝงก็คือถ้าเกิดเราเลี้ยงกุ้ง10 บ่อแล้วเรารอด10 บ่อหมายความว่าต้นทุนแฝงเราแทบไม่มีเลยคือเป็นต้นทุนจริงที่เราลงทุนแต่ถ้าเกิดว่าเราเลี้ยง10 บ่อรอดสัก5 บ่อเรามีต้นทุนแฝงอยู่ในตัวเองแล้ว5 บ่อแน่ๆเลยนะครับตรงนั้นก็คือทำให้ต้นทุนการผลิตเราเนี่ยสูงขึ้นเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยการที่ทำให้การเลี้ยงกุ้งแม่นยำเนี่ยจะต้องมีนวัตกรรมมีเครื่องมือในการตรวจสอบว่า1ออกซิเจนในน้ำที่จมูกเราไม่ได้หายใจนะครับแต่กุ้งหายใจมันพอสำหรับกุ้งไหมณตรงนั้นพอไหมหรือไม่พอต้องทำอย่างไรคุณภาพน้ำที่กุ้งชอบเราทำได้ไหมเหมือนที่เมื่อกี้นี้อาจารย์พบศักดิ์บอกครับว่าแคลเซียมพอไหมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะครับตรงเนี้ยสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับการเลี้ยงสัตว์น้ำไม่เหมือนกับปศุสัตว์ทั่วไปเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยการเลี้ยงสัตว์น้ำเนี่ยมันเหมือนกับเป็นเกษตรกรใช้สกิลของตัวเองมาใช้ในการเลี้ยงเพราะฉะนั้นนวัตกรรมเนี่ยเป็นตัวเสริมสำหรับการเลี้ยงเนี่ยที่สำคัญที่สุดคือตัวถอดสกิลออกมาแล้วก็ทำให้เกิดความแม่นยำในการเลี้ยงแต่ละหนึ่งรอบการผลิตครับผมว่าตรงนี้สำคัญมากๆครับผม
ขอบคุณมากครับคุณบรรจงก็ถ้าจะให้เทียบเนาะถ้าเป็นปศุสัตว์เรากำลังดูเรื่องของสภาพแวดล้อมที่สัตว์นั้นอยู่นะอุณหภูมิความชื้นอยู่เป็นยังไงถ้าเป็นพืชก็เริ่มมีเรื่องของค่าดินเข้ามาแต่พอเป็นสัตว์น้ำปุ๊บเนี่ยมันกลายเป็นคำว่าคุณภาพน้ำโดยรวมเลยไม่ว่าจะเป็นออกซิเจนเนาะ dissolved oxygen หรือที่เราเรียกกันว่า DO เนาะ
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็พวกค่าแร่ธาตุสารพัดอย่างเลยนะครับเหล่านี้ก็จะเป็นตัวที่ดูด้วยตามันไม่รู้มันต้องหาวิธีตรวจสอบทดสอบใช่ไหมครับที่เข้ามา
ใช้จมูกเรายังดมไม่ได้เลยครับ
ครับใช่ฮะโอเคเยี่ยมครับก็งั้นสุดท้ายนะครับผมขอฟังมุมมองของอาจารย์ภพศักดิ์นะครับว่าในสำหรับอาจารย์ภพศักดิ์เนี่ยเกษตรแม่นยำเนี่ยครอบคลุมขนาดไหนแล้วก็เริ่มมีการประยุกต์ใช้ยังไงบ้างครับในแวดวงที่อาจารย์อยู่ครับ
ครับคืออย่างแรกเนี่ยครับคือไอ้เกษตรแม่นยำเนี่ยมันต้องมาตอบโจทย์ที่เป็นคอขวดของเกษตรกรบ้านเราเลยนะฮะก็ตรงนะคอขวดแรกที่ทางคุณบรรจงพูดไว้นะฮะอธิบายเมื่อกี้ก็คือยิวของเราเนี่ยต่ำมากในทุกการเกษตรเลยนะฮะในทุกการเกษตรเลยเอาอย่างสมมุติสิ่งที่ผมอยู่เนี่ยคือทุเรียนผมยกตัวอย่างทุเรียนเนี่ยยิวเนี่ยควรจะตกอยู่ที่3-4 ไร่3 ถึง 4 ไร่3 ถึง 4 ตันต่อไร่แต่ยิวนะปัจจุบันเนี่ยนะฮะภาคตะวันออกเนี่ยอยู่ราวๆ 1.6 ตันต่อไร่ นะครับภาคใต้นี่อยู่ที่ 1.2 ตันต่อไร่นะครับก็จะใกล้เคียงกับที่คุณบรรจงเล่าว่ากุ้งเนี่ยมันตายไปสักครึ่งบ่อครึ่งหนึ่งเลยของที่เลี้ยงไอ้นี่ก็เหมือนกันนะผลผลิตก็ต่ำทีนี้ในมุมมองผมก็จะมองในมุมของภาคเกษตรกรว่าไอ้เกษตรแม่นยำเนี่ยมันก็คือการเอาข้อมูลเอาความรู้นะครับมาสังเคราะห์เป็นโน้ตฮาวนะครับแล้วก็เอาโน้ตฮาวเนี่ยไปยัดเข้าไปในใส่เข้าไปในเทคโนโลยีที่เหมาะสมนะครับเพื่อให้เพิ่มผลผลิตที่คุ้มกับต้นทุนคือคำว่าเทคโนโลยีเนี่ยมันกว้างมากแล้วมันมีต้นทุนของเทคโนโลยีที่สูงมากดังนั้นเนี่ยเกษตรกรเนี่ยก็จะจับต้องไม่ได้ทุกคนหรอกครับที่จะจับต้องเทคโนโลยีนั้นได้นะฮะแต่ว่าผมว่ามันก็จะเกิดการพัฒนาเป็นสเต็ปก็คือว่าเราก็ต้องเอาโน้ตฮาวเนี่ยนะฮะเอาข้อมูลเอาอินฟอร์เมชันเอาโนเลจมาสังเคราะห์ให้เป็นโน้ตฮาวเอาโน้ตฮาวไปยัดใส่เทคโนโลยีที่เหมาะสมกับเกษตรกรในแต่ละกลุ่มนะครับแล้วก็เอาไปใช้แล้วก็ขยับผลผลิตขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆนะฮะอันนี้ผมมองในเรื่องของเกษตรแม่นยำในประเด็นอย่างนี้นะครับในมุมมองของผมฮะ
ขอบคุณครับก็จากที่ผมฟังแต่ละท่านมานะครับโดยข้อสรุปก็คือว่าจริงๆเนี่ยมองว่าของพวกนี้ควรจะมีแหละนะครับเพราะว่าสุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยเราอยากจะมีไม่อยากใช้คำว่าอยากจะมีอยากจะได้ผลลัพธ์ก็คือผลผลิตที่เยอะที่สุดแล้วก็มีคุณภาพที่สุดนะครับแล้วเราก็เชื่อว่าเทคโนโลยีเนี่ยจะช่วยให้เราไปถึงจุดนั้นได้น่าจะช่วยให้เราคุมการผลิตเราให้นิ่งได้มาตรฐานได้สม่ำเสมอได้นะครับแล้วก็แม่นยำก็คือใช้เท่าที่จำเป็นต้นทุนเหมาะสมนะครับอันนี้ผมคิดว่าในมุมมองไม่ว่าจะเป็นประมงปศุสัตว์พืชเนี่ยหลายๆท่านก็มองเหมือนกันว่าเทคโนโลยีน่าจะช่วยให้เราไปถึงเป้าหมายเราได้นะครับทีนี้แต่ว่าในทางกลับกันก็เลยอยากเข้าใจเลยว่าอ้าวในเมื่อเรามองว่ามันน่าจะช่วยเราแหละแต่ว่าถ้าว่ากันจริงๆในปัจจุบันบ้านเราก็การปรับใช้ก็น่าจะยังอยู่ในช่วงเริ่มต้นยังไม่ได้ขยายผลมากขนาดนั้นนะครับผมเลยอยากมองอยากปรึกษาอยากถามว่าในมุมมองของแต่ละท่านเนี่ยทำไมการปรับใช้ประยุกต์ใช้เรื่องของเกษตรแม่นยำมันจึงยังไม่เกิดขึ้นในวงกว้างในเกษตรกรบ้านเรานะครับ1ก็คืออาจจะยังไม่กว้าง2คือในเรื่องของแง่ความลึกมันน่าจะยังลึกได้กว่านี้ไหมนะครับเลยอยากฟังมุมมองท่านนะครับผมอาจจะขอเริ่มจากที่มุมมองของคุณบรรจงก่อนแล้วกันนะครับว่าคิดยังไงในเรื่องนี้ครับ
ครับฮะต้องเรียนนะครับว่าจริงๆแล้วผมเป็นผู้ที่พยายามเอานวัตกรรมไปใส่กับธุรกิจสัตว์น้ำนะครับฮะแล้วผมต้องเรียนนะครับว่านักวิชาการนักวิจัยในประเทศไทยมีความสามารถค่อนข้างสูงเยอะมากในประเทศไทยแล้วก็มีงานวิจัยที่วางเอาไว้แล้วนะครับค่อนข้างเยอะแต่ไม่ได้หยิบเอามาใช้นะครับแต่การที่เราได้เอามาใช้ช้าไปเนี่ยนะครับมันมีข้อติดอยู่นิดนึงก็คือว่าความเข้าถึงของเกษตรกรถึงนักวิจัยนะแล้วก็การสนับสนุนของภาครัฐที่จะรวบเอาบูรณาการนักวิจัยจากหลายท่านที่ทำงานคนละอย่างนะครับแต่มาประกอบร่างแล้วจะได้ประโยชน์กับอุตสาหกรรมไม่ว่าจะเป็นการเกษตรสัตว์น้ำอะไรก็ตามนะครับนะให้มันเป็นรูปร่างที่จะให้ประโยชน์กับเกษตรกรส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยก็จะทำคนละอย่างนะแต่ไม่ได้ประกอบร่างซึ่งกันและกันนะนวัตกรรมต่างๆที่นักวิจัยประเทศไทยทำก็เลยไม่ค่อยได้ประโยชน์จากเกษตรกรพอออกไปปุ๊บทำอย่างนะอีกคนนึงก็ไปทำอย่างหนึ่งนะครับก็เลยไม่ได้ประโยชน์มากมายฮะมียกตัวอย่างอันนึงที่ผมพยายามทำก็คือทำนวัตกรรมที่ให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยสามารถดูคุณภาพน้ำแล้วก็เช็คคุณภาพน้ำของตัวเองได้โดยผ่านมือถือนะครับโดยนักวิจัยของสวทช.นะครับมีโครงการหนึ่งซึ่งตอนนี้ทำแล้วนะครับแล้วก็มีหลายๆโครงการที่กำลังทำตามมานะครับนะก็คือเป็นโครงการที่เขาเรียกว่า Aqua IoT นะครับมีการตรวจ DO ตรวจคุณภาพน้ำนะครับวัดสภาพอากาศของในแต่ละบ่อของเกษตรกร แล้วก็รายงานเข้าไปในมือถือให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยสามารถจัดการน้ำตัวเองได้นะครับที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยพอทำเสร็จปุ๊บเนี่ยเกษตรกรที่ตอนแรกเอาเครื่องมือไปตั้งปุ๊บนะครับเกษตรกรบอกว่ารีบเอากลับไปเถอะเพราะว่าลูกน้องของตัวเองไม่อยากได้นะเพราะว่าจะไปทำให้ยุ่งยากนะแต่หลังจากนั้นปุ๊บพอเอาเครื่องมือไปติดตั้ง1 เดือนลูกน้องบอกว่าขออีกสักชุดได้ไหมนะครับเนื่องจากว่า1ได้ดูว่าออกซิเจนของตัวเองเนี่ยเหลือเท่าไหร่กุ้งตัวจะรอดไหมนะครับpH ที่อยู่ในน้ำ pH เท่านี้สามารถควบคุมคุณภาพน้ำอย่างไรรู้ล่วงหน้าก่อนที่จะกุ้งตัวเองจะมีปัญหานะครับพอเสร็จขอบปุ๊บมาคิดค่าใช้จ่ายอันดับแรกที่ได้คือจากนวัตกรรมตัวนี้ง่ายๆนะครับค่าพลังงานลดลงประมาณ 20% ถึง 30% นะครับเนี่ยผมก็จะยกตัวอย่างอันแรกที่คุยให้ทุกท่านฟังนะครับว่านวัตกรรมเนี่ยมีผลกับการเพาะเลี้ยงสัตว์น้ำหรือภาคเกษตรมากมายนะครับมันคิดแทนเราอะครับดีกว่าเราไปนั่งเดินจิ้มทุกบ่อตลอดเวลาซึ่งคนทำไม่ได้นะครับผมเคยมีปรากฏการณ์ที่ฟาร์มผมเองครั้งหนึ่งนะต้องเรียนนะครับว่าถ้ามีนวัตกรรมแบบนั้นผมจะไม่ต้องเดินตลอด24 ชั่วโมงในการอนุบาลแม่พันธุ์กุ้งผมมีอยู่ครั้งหนึ่งเมื่อประมาณปี 43ตอนนั้นโอ้โหโลเทคโนโลยีน่าดูนะครับผมเลี้ยงกุ้งไปประมาณ2 วันปุ๊บกุ้งผมตายหมดทุกครั้งเลยแต่พอเราสามารถเช็คได้ทุกชั่วโมงเนี่ยเราทราบเลยว่าแอมโมเนียมันพีคพอพีคเสร็จแล้วมันลงเลยครับกุ้งตายหมดเลยแต่ถ้าเรามีตัววัดแล้วบ่งชี้เราได้เราจะแก้ปัญหาตรงนั้นได้ไม่ต้องใช้เวลาขนาดนั้นผมก็เลยคิดว่านวัตกรรมเนี่ยแล้วก็เทคโนโลยีที่เราจะต้องช่วยกันค้นคว้าแล้วนำไปใช้เนี่ยมีประโยชน์มากๆแล้วก็จะตอบโจทย์ให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยประสบความสำเร็จมากกว่าที่เมื่อกี้เนี่ยอาจารย์พบศักดิ์พูดนะครับว่ายิวของทุเรียนได้แค่ 1.6 กุ้งยิ่งกว่าครับอาจารย์เชื่อไหมว่าคนที่เลี้ยงประสบความสำเร็จ1 ไร่ได้22 ตันแต่เฉลี่ยประเทศไทยตอนนี้กุ้ง1 ล้านตัวได้22 ตันแต่ตอนนี้เฉลี่ยทั้งประเทศได้แค่6 ตันผมว่าอาจารย์พบศักดิ์จะ
30% เอง
ใช่ครับผมนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยตรงเนี้ยเราต้องช่วยกันตรงนี้ครับเพื่อที่จะทำให้กลับไปได้กุ้ง1 ล้านตัวได้ยิวมา22 ตันเราจะเป็นที่1ของโลกได้เลยครับครับผม
โอเคก็แปลว่านอกเหนือจากเรื่องของในเรื่องของแก็บช่องว่างของผลผลิตที่มันยังทำให้ดีกว่านี้ได้เนี่ยเหลือเยอะเลยแต่ในประเด็นปัญหาที่คุณบรรจงมองว่าเทคโนโลยีการใช้เทคโนโลยียังไม่ได้ออกไปในวงกว้างเนี่ยก็เป็นเรื่องของถ้าให้ผมสรุปนะคนทำคนวิจัยกับคนใช้เนี่ยมองไม่ตรงกันอยู่ในปัจจุบันพอเอามาใช้จริงก็เลยยังไม่เข้ามือประมาณนั้น
ใช่ครับแล้วก็นักวิจัยส่วนใหญ่จะไม่ออกจากห้องครับคือถ้าออกมาจากห้องปุ๊บจะมีประโยชน์มากๆเลยครับ
คือขอเสริมเลยนะฮะคืออะไรครับอย่างเงี้ยเพราะผมอยู่กับเกษตรกรเป็นแสนนะผมบอกได้เลยว่าคือคนที่เข้าถึงเทคโนโลยีนะฮะไม่รู้ปัญหาแต่คนที่รู้ปัญหาก็ไม่เข้าถึงเทคโนโลยี
ใช่ครับอาจารย์ถูกต้องครับต้องมีคนนำครับ
แล้วเวลาคุยกันไม่รู้เรื่องนะครับแล้วเวลาคุยกันไม่รู้เรื่องนะฮะไม่รู้เรื่องมันก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าคืออย่างเงี้ยมันต้องเอาคนที่รู้ปัญหากับคนที่เข้าถึงเทคโนโลยีเนี่ยมาสังเคราะห์โน้ตฮาวคือเมื่อกี้ผมพูดคำว่าโน้ตฮาวคืออย่างนี้ฮะตอนนี้เวลาเราพูดถึงเกษตรแม่นยำเรามักจะใช้คำว่าเทคโนโลยีคำเดียวแต่ผมเนี่ยอยากให้รวมคำว่าโน้ตฮาวเข้าไปในเทคโนโลยีด้วยความหมายอย่างนี้ฮะความหมายอย่างเงี้ยคืออย่างสมมุติว่าเราทำข้าวผัดเนี่ยเอาง่ายๆเลยนะข้าวผัดเลยเนี่ยพูดถึงสิ่งที่กินทุกวันเนี่ยทั้งโลกนี่ทำข้าวผัดได้ทุกคนในโลกนี่ทำข้าวผัดได้แต่ข้าวผัดที่อร่อยที่สุดเนี่ยมันมีอยู่ไม่กี่คนที่ทำได้ไอ้เนี่ย เพราะอะไรฮะใช้ข้าวเท่าไหร่ข้าวพันธุ์อะไรหุงกี่นาทีน้ำปลาเท่าไหร่หมูทำสุกขนาดไหนหมูปริมาณหมูต่อปริมาณข้าวเท่าไหร่ไอ้ทั้งหมดเนี่ยไม่ใช่เทคโนโลยีนะฮะอันนี้คือโน้ตฮาวเสร็จแล้วพอเรารู้โน้ตฮาวตรงนี้ปุ๊บเราจับเทคโนโลยีมาใส่เลยครับจะหุงข้าวให้มันสุกแค่นี้ปริมาณข้าวที่หุงแล้วจะเอามาทำ1 จานใส่แค่ไหนจะผัดที่ความร้อนเท่าไหร่ผัดนานเท่าไหร่ไอ้นี่เทคโนโลยีตอบเราได้หมดแต่ปัญหาตอนนี้ไอ้เทคโนโลยีเนี่ยมันไม่มีโน้ตฮาวมันมีแต่อินโฟเมชันอยู่มันมีแต่เทคโนโลยีกับอินโฟเมชันมันไม่มีโน้ตฮาวอยู่ในนั้นอย่างกุ้งเนี่ยผมบอกได้เลยครับมันคอมพลิเคทมากครับไอ้ค่าไอโมเนียมเท่าไหร่ค่าไนโตรเจนเท่าไหร่ค่าดิสโซฟออกซิเจนเท่าไหร่เลยแล้วยังมีค่าต่างๆอีกมหาศาลที่ค่าที่เหมาะที่สุดกับกุ้งอ่ะมันคืออะไรเครื่องมือวัดตอบได้หมดฮะแต่ไอ้ค่าที่เหมาะที่สมเนี่ยเหมาะสมที่สุดเนี่ยเจ้าของฟาร์มจะรู้เจ้าของฟาร์มจะรู้เหมือนผมอ่ะจะรู้ว่าทุเรียนเนี่ยเขาต้องการธาตุอาหาร14 ตัวแล้วยังมีธาตุเสริมอีกนะครับอีก3 ตัวเช่นโซเดียมเช่นซิลิเนียมเช่นซิลิคอนแล้วเรารู้ไดอะแกรมมันว่ามันต้องการในสัตว์ในช่วงการเจริญเติบโตช่วงนี้เขาต้องการแต่ละธาตุเท่าไหร่ในช่วงการเจริญเติบโตเท่านี้เขาต้องการเท่าไหร่อากาศร้อนอากาศหนาวตัวไหนต้องเพิ่มต้องลดไอ้ตรงนี้ทั้งหมดนี่คือโน้ตฮาวซึ่งเราต้องจับเข้าไปใส่ในเทคโนโลยีปัญหาตรงนี้ครับก็คือไอ้ตัวความสัมพันธ์ของตรงนี้ข้อต่อตรงนี้มันขาดคนรู้โน้ตฮาวผมอยากเขียนโปรแกรมนะครับผมอยากเขียนโปรแกรมซึ่งเอาโน้ตฮาวเนี่ยไปใส่ผมเขียนโปรแกรมไม่เป็นผมเขียนแอปพลิเคชันไม่เป็นเพราะจะให้ผมมานั่งคำนวณเนี่ยปัญหาทั้งหมดมันเป็นปัญหาไดนามิกเลยนะครับปัญหาทั้งหมดเป็นปัญหาไดนามิกเลยคือมันแกว่งตัวตลอดเลยเราจะถ้านั่งคำนวณกันทุกวันมันคำนวณได้แต่ว่ามันคำนวณไม่ไหวงานอื่นไม่ต้องทำพอดีแต่ถ้าให้เครื่องทำมันเละง่ายกว่านะครับก็ที่มันไม่ไปไม่ไกลก็เพราะว่าไม่เกิดการร่วมมือที่ชัดเจนอันนี้พูดเลยฮะก็ไม่ได้โทษท่านทางนักวิชาการนะฮะไอ้ฝั่งเกษตรกรก็เป็นเหมือนกันเพราะว่าเกษตรกรก็ไม่รู้จะไปหานักวิชาการจากไหนมาร่วมมือนักวิชาการจากเวลาลงพื้นที่นักวิชาการก็ไปถามว่าเกษตรกรทำยังไงแล้วก็เอามาใส่เป็นสูตรของตัวเองอย่างเงี้ยครับตัวเชื่อมครับขาดตัวเชื่อมครับครับผมนะฮะ
ขอบคุณมากครับอาจารย์พบได้ประเด็นเมื่อกี้เดี๋ยวเราจบคอนี้เราคุยกันอาจารย์ แต่ว่าผมเข้าใจประเด็นนะก็คือว่าโอเคมันยังมีขาดตัวเชื่อมอยู่นะครับก็ทีนี้เมื่อกี้มุมมองของเกษตรกรมุมมองผู้ใช้งานละผมอยากฟังมุมมองของผู้สนับสนุนนโยบายดีกว่าครับดร.ไผ่ครับในจากที่ก็โปรโมทมาสักพักใหญ่ๆเนาะพี่ไผ่ไม่แน่ใจว่ามุมมองพี่ไผ่ก็คือตอนนี้อะไรที่จะทำให้มันไม่ไปวงกว้างครับ
คืออย่างนี้ครับก็คือแน่นอนประเด็นสำคัญก็คือการเข้าถึงของพี่น้องเกษตรกรนี่ค่อนข้างจะยากอยู่เกษตรกรอยู่ห่างกันเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยก็การรับรู้ข่าวสารต่างๆข้อมูลต่างๆเนี่ยมันก็ยากนะครับแต่ว่าถึงแม้ว่าจะมีเขาเรียกว่าเทคโนโลยีทางด้านมือถือหรือว่าทางด้านไลน์แล้วก็ตามเนี่ยแต่ว่าเกษตรกรอีกอย่างนึงก็คืออายุค่อนข้างจะเยอะนะครับมีความคุ้นชินกับระบบที่เคยทำอยู่นะปกติเราทำได้อยู่แล้วนะครับไม่มีความจำเป็นที่จะต้องเพิ่มนะครับตรงนี้ก็เลยเขาเรียกอะไรperception หรือว่าแนวความคิดของเขาเนี่ยก็อาจจะอยู่เพียงพออยู่แค่นี้นะครับอีกอย่างหนึ่งเนี่ยเทคโนโลยีที่เอามาใช้เนี่ยราคาค่อนข้างจะสูงนะครับตรงนี้เนี่ยมันก็แปรผันกับไอ้ที่ผลผลิตที่เขาจะขายนะครับถ้าเกษตรกรเนี่ยรู้ว่าตลาดของตัวเองเป็นยังไงนะครับอาจจะปรับปรุงให้มันดียิ่งขึ้นนะครับตรงนี้เนี่ยมันก็เลยมีความต้องการที่จะใช้เทคโนโลยีมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับแต่ว่าผลผลิตเนี่ยค่อนข้างที่จะเป็นพืชพันธุ์ค่อนข้างจะต่ำเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยจะทำอย่างไรที่ทำให้ราคามันสูงแล้วก็จะทำให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยเปิดใจในการผลิตแบบแมสเพื่อที่จะใช้เทคโนโลยีเนี่ยเพื่อลดเขาเรียกอะไรลดราคาแล้วลดเวลาในการดูแลตรงนี้ได้อย่างดีขึ้นอีกอย่างหนึ่งเนี่ยนะครับเนื่องจากว่าพี่น้องเกษตรกรนี่อยู่ห่างไกลนะครับการบริการหรือการให้บริการของ Digital Provider หรือว่าผู้ให้บริการผู้ขายเนี่ยค่อนข้างจะมีขีดจำกัดยกตัวอย่างเช่นผมมีเครื่องมือเนี่ยแต่ว่าผมอยู่กรุงเทพการให้บริการพี่น้องเกษตรกรในเขตเชียงรายเนี่ย การบินไปต่อครั้งหรือการให้บริการต่อครั้งค่อนข้างจะยากลำบากเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเกษตรกรบางทีเนี่ยมีความต้องการนะแต่ว่าพอถ้าใช้ไปแล้วเกิดเสียขึ้นมาก็เป็นเวสหรือว่าเป็นอะไรที่ไม่คุ้มที่จะลงทุนนะครับเนื่องจากว่าโทรไปหาแล้วเขาก็ไม่ตอบหรือว่าตอบทีตอบช้าให้บริการเครื่องเสียเครื่องอะไรพวกนี้อะไรทีเนี่ยก็เกิดความล่าช้าในการให้เขาเรียกให้บริการทำให้เกษตรกรก็ไม่กล้าที่จะใช้นะครับตรงนี้เนี่ยมันก็เลยเกิดปัญหาสุดท้ายเนี่ยเกิดจากสภาวะภูมิอากาศที่เปลี่ยนแปลงไปนะครับ climate change นะครับทำให้อาจจะมีเขาเรียกอะไรประสบการณ์เดิมที่เกษตรกรมีอยู่แต่ว่าพอมาปีปัจจุบันหรือว่าในอนาคตมีเกิดการสภาพอากาศที่เปลี่ยนแปลงไปอย่างเขาเรียกอะไรมหาศาลเกิดขึ้นมาตรงนี้เนี่ยทำให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยเขาเรียกอะไรนะในการเพาะปลูกหรือการอะไรทำอย่างเดิมนี่ก็เกิดมีปัญหาเยอะมากยิ่งขึ้นมีปัญหาที่นั่นต้นทุนก็ไม่กล้าลงทุนต่อไปนะครับตรงนี้เนี่ยทำให้เกิดอะไรที่เกษตรกรหรือว่าการใช้งานค่อนข้างช้านะครับตรงนี้นะครับที่สำคัญที่สุดเนี่ยผมก็เลยคิดว่าแนวทางในการแก้ปัญหานี้ก็เป็นความร่วมมือระหว่างรัฐเอกชนและการศึกษานะครับที่จะเข้าไปให้องค์ความรู้กับพี่น้องเกษตรกรว่าการใช้เทคโนโลยีที่เหมาะสมกับในแต่ละพื้นที่เนี่ยทำอย่างไรนะครับทำให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยสามารถมีเวลามีการอ้าปากได้มากยิ่งขึ้นผมว่าตรงนี้เนี่ยมันก็จะสามารถที่จะทำให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยเปิดรับเทคโนโลยีนี้ได้ดีขึ้นครับ
โอเคเข้าใจแล้วครับโอ้เห็นภาพชัดขึ้นจริงๆครับพี่ไผ่ว่าโอเคจริงๆมันมีปัญหามากกว่าแค่เรื่องราคาเนาะเราเริ่มต้นเราจะคิดว่าเรื่องราคาแต่พอหน้างานจริงๆเนี่ยมันไม่ใช่แค่เรื่องราคาละมันเป็นเรื่องของการเข้าถึงข้อมูลข่าวสารเข้าถึงบริการด้วยซ้ำว่าจะหาได้หรือเปล่านะครับ
ไม่ว่าจะเป็นด้านการตลาดนะครับเป็นฟิวเจอร์มาร์เก็ตที่จะดูว่าความต้องการในตลาดในอนาคตอะไรต่างๆเนี่ยข้อมูลจะเข้ามามีความสำคัญในการบริหารจัดการเกือบทั้งหมดในภาคการเกษตรซึ่งมองเป็นในลักษณะไม่ใช่เป็นอุตสาหกรรมชาวบ้านแล้วเป็นอุตสาหกรรมเกษตรนะครับมีการใช้ข้อมูลต่างๆมีการใช้เทคโนโลยีนะครับเนื่องจากมีความคุ้มทุนมากยิ่งขึ้นจำเป็นที่ต้องใช้เทคโนโลยีมากยิ่งขึ้นประชากรนะครับเกิดน้อยลงตรงนี้นั้นเนี่ยก็จะมีการใช้โรบอทมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับมีหุ่นยนต์เข้ามาทำแทนมนุษย์มากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับตรงนี้เนี่ยในอนาคตผมเชื่อว่าอีกไม่นานนี้จะมีเข้ามาแน่นอนนะครับไม่มากก็น้อยนะครับข้อมูลจะฟีดเข้ามานะครับแล้วเราจะบริหารโดยภาคการเกษตรต่างๆด้วยข้อมูลที่มีจำนวนเป็นมหาศาลครับ
โอเคขอบคุณมากครับรัฐภัยและขอบคุณทุกท่านด้วยครับผมคิดว่าเราเห็นเทรนด์อนาคตที่ตื่นเต้นแต่ในฐานะคนที่ทำงานผลักดันตรงนี้เช่นกันผมก็รู้สึกว่าก็เหนื่อยอยู่นะไม่ได้ง่ายนะครับกว่าจะไปถึงตรงนั้นครับเป็นความตื่นเต้นที่มีความเหนื่อยแฝงอยู่ระหว่างทางแน่ๆครับโอเคก็
คือถ้าเรายิ้มตลอดทุกวันนะครับไม่มีอุปสรรคครับ
โอเคครับผมมาถึงคำถามสุดท้ายนะครับแล้วก็ด้วยจากเวลาผมขออนุญาตมอบคำถามนี้แค่ให้ขั้นเดียวก่อนนะครับอันนี้เป็นอะไรที่ผมค่อนข้างคาใจส่วนตัวนะครับว่าถ้าเรามองในระดับโลกอย่างเงี้ยครับผมไม่แน่ใจว่าตอนนี้มันคือเราบอกว่าเราเป็นประเทศเกษตรเนาะแต่เราก็จะคอยมองไปที่ประเทศอื่นอยู่เสมอว่าเขา transform ไปเป็นเกษตรอุตสาหกรรมได้ก่อนเราเนี่ยแล้วเกษตรกรเขาอยู่ได้มีรายได้ที่ดีมีชีวิตความเป็นอยู่ที่ดีอย่างเงี้ยครับอยากจะมองให้เข้าใจว่าผมอยากปรึกษาครับว่าถ้าเราเทียบเกษตรกรบ้านเรากับฝั่งของประเทศฝั่งตะวันตกไปเลยอย่างเงี้ยครับแกปเราห่างกับเขาแน่ๆแหละถ้าเราจะบรีดแกปของเราให้เข้าไปใกล้กับเขาเนี่ยครับเราไม่แน่ใจว่าภาคเทคโนโลยีหรือว่าภาคการใช้เกษตรแม่นยำโน้ตฮาวตรงนี้เนี่ยมันควรจะถูกเร่งถูก accelerate อย่างไรเพื่อให้ชีวิตความอยู่ของเกษตรกรดีขึ้นใกล้เคียงกับฝั่งของต่างประเทศได้มากขึ้นนะครับอันนี้ผมขออนุญาตถามพี่ไผ่เลยนะครับมองในมุมภาพใหญ่นะครับว่ามันตรงไหนครับตรงนี้พี่
ในแนวความคิดเนี่ยนะครับผมคิดว่าการลงทุนเนี่ยเกษตรกรก็มีเกษตรกรรายเดี่ยวนะครับแล้วก็มีพวกวิสาหกิจชุมชนวิสาหกรการเกษตรเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ย เนื่องจากว่าเกษตรกรตอนนี้ภาวะปัจจุบันของประเทศไทยเนี่ยก็คือเกษตรกรรายเดี่ยวเนี่ยเยอะแล้วก็เกษตรกรเป็นรายเล็กๆนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นทำอย่างไรที่จะลดต้นทุนทางด้านการเกษตรให้กับพี่น้องเกษตรกรได้นะครับจะทำยังไงที่จะทำให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยใช้เครื่องไม้เครื่องมือได้นะครับเครื่องไม้เครื่องมือนี้มีราคาสูงเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยอาจจะเรียกว่าโครงการเกษตรแปลงใหญ่นะครับหรือการรวมกลุ่มเกษตรกรนะครับเพื่อลดต้นทุนต่างๆนะครับให้พี่น้องเกษตรกรเนี่ยสามารถจะเข้าถึงเทคโนโลยีและแหล่งความรู้ได้ยกตัวอย่างเช่นนะครับในปัจจุบันเนี่ยโดรนการเกษตรเนี่ยมีราคาค่อนข้างจะจับสมัยก่อนนี้ค่อนข้างจะสูงนะประมาณสัก 5-6 แสนแต่ว่าในปัจจุบันเนี่ยเทคโนโลยีก็ค่อนข้างจะต่ำลงนะครับเกษตรกรเนี่ยใช้เครื่องไม้เครื่องมือเนี่ยมันไม่คุ้มหรอกถ้าซื้อในตัวคนเดียวแต่ว่าเราจะทำยังไงให้มี Machine Pool ก็คือสามารถที่จะบริหารจัดการใช้เครื่องมือเนี่ยได้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพสูงที่สุดนะครับโดยการแชร์คอสต่างๆนี้ร่วมกันนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเกษตรกรก็ไม่ต้องลงทุนอะไรมากๆนะครับแต่ว่าสามารถที่จะเข้าถึงเครื่องไม้เครื่องมือเกษตรเทคโนโลยีตรงนี้ได้นะครับอันที่2ก็คือให้ข้อมูลข่าวสารนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นการพยากรณ์อากาศที่แม่นยำนะครับตรงนี้เนี่ยก็สามารถที่ทำให้กิจกรรมทางด้านการเกษตรของเราเนี่ยได้มีประสิทธิภาพมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับการวิจัยการพัฒนาต่างๆเนี่ยนะครับเป็นภาระหน้าที่ของภาครัฐที่จะต้องinvest ตรงนี้ออกเข้ามานะครับเพื่อที่จะให้ผลประโยชน์ไปอยู่กับพี่น้องเกษตรกรได้ดีครับในส่วนของภาคเขาเรียกอะไรภาคเอกชนนะครับจะทำอย่างไรที่จะมีมาตรฐานในการให้บริการตรงนี้เนี่ยอาจจะต้องเซตมาตรฐานในการให้บริการต่างๆเนี่ยให้มันดียิ่งขึ้นครับจะทำให้การเข้าถึงหรือว่าอะไรเกี่ยวกับ precision agriculture เนี่ยไปสู่พี่น้องประชาชนได้อย่างดีนะครับแล้วก็มีความคุ้มค่าครับ
โอเคขอบคุณมากครับพี่ไพก็ผมคิดว่านั่นคือแนวคิดดีๆจากวันนี้เลยนะครับถ้าเราไล่ตั้งแต่ช่วงต้นของการสนทนามาเนี่ยเราพูดมองว่าเกษตรแม่นยำเนี่ยคือการนำข้อมูลมาใช้นำเทคโนโลยีเข้ามาใช้นำโน้ตฮาวเข้ามาใช้เพื่อทำให้การผลิตในภาคเกษตรเนี่ยมีมาตรฐานและได้ประสิทธิภาพและคุณภาพสูงที่สุดนะครับทุกคนอยากไปถึงจุดนั้นถึงแม้ว่าในปัจจุบันเนี่ยมันจะยังมีช่องว่างระหว่างผู้ผลิตผู้ให้บริการแล้วก็ผู้ใช้งานอยู่แต่ว่าหน่วยงานต่างๆทั้งภาคเอกชนและภาครัฐเองก็คอยสนับสนุนและพร้อมจะช่วยกันผลักดันไปในปัจจุบันนะครับเพื่อให้ไปยกระดับคุณภาพชีวิตของเกษตรกรแล้วก็พัฒนาอุตสาหกรรมให้อุตสาหกรรมเกษตรให้เป็นอุตสาหกรรมมากขึ้นนะครับนี่คือมุมมองที่ผมคิดว่านี่คือการแลกเปลี่ยนของเราในวันนี้นะครับก็สุดท้ายนี้นะครับก็ผมขอบคุณท่านผู้ฟังทุกท่านนะครับและขอบคุณผู้เข้าร่วมสนทนาวันนี้ทุกท่านนะครับทั้งดร.ไผ่อาจารย์ภพศักดิ์แล้วก็คุณบรรจงนะครับที่ให้เกียรติให้สละเวลามาพูดคุยกับเราในวันนี้นะครับก็ถ้าอย่างนั้นสุดท้ายแล้วผมขออนุญาตกราบเรียนขอลาคุณผู้ฟังทุกท่านนะครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
Right. Hi, everyone. My name is Pon Pibun Stangput. Please call me Pon. I am the head of True Data Visor platform, and today I will be your moderator for this session, which is the use of data platform for business transformation. In this session, we have three honorable guest speakers who are experts in the fields from both business and technology sides. Right. Okay. The first speaker is Kun Tawisak Sangthong. He's a managing director from Oracle Corporation Thailand. Kun Tawisak, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you ครับคุณพล Thanks a lot for inviting me. My name is Tavisak Sangthong. I'm the Managing Director for Oracle in Thailand. I'm very happy to join the session to share with you the experience and the technology that Oracle have been involved with the data platform. Thank you ครับ
Thank you ครับ The second speaker is Kun Kanyan Madala. He's a Chief Technology Officer from IBM, ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand, and Korea. Would you like to add on a few words?
First of all, thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to the discussion. It's a very interesting topic, and I hope to have a very interesting debate as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one, our last speaker is Nicholas Ears. He is the Vice President of Field Engineering from Databricks, Asia Pacific and Japan. Would you like to say a few things?
Yeah, firstly, thank you very much for the invite. Really appreciate it. Nicholas Ayres, as mentioned, I look after all the field engineering for Databricks across Asia Pacific and Japan, and hope to share with you a little bit around how we're working with customers to solve the world's toughest data and AI problems.
Right. Thank you so much. So let me say hello to all of you again. All right. Hello. So, okay, basically, for today, there are three main topics that we would like to cover about the data platform. The topics are about the definition of data platform, the features, and the use case. Right. Let me start from the first topic. Could you please explain what data platform means in your opinion? Right. Let me ask Kun Tavisak first.
Thank you. For my opinion, since we have quite a short period to discuss, let I give a very brief that I think the data platform is, if you link into the business perspective, is how critical that I'm seeing. So it become a critical component to enable the valuable business platform. Just give you some of the context. For the traditional business or business as usual, normally the data will be feeding for the front end, serving the customer in the old traditional way we call the customer relationship management or CRM. Even the back end, very critical to operate the business. The data need to feed the right and meaningful data to serve the financial risk and regulatory compliance. So those are the key and how important the data platform serving the traditional business. But then I think nowadays the traditional business is no longer enough, right? We talk about new disruptive business, new experience economies, resilience to deal with the new normal. So those are the platform of the business that the data platform becomes so important. So like the e-commerce platform for the Shopee or the Lazada, delivery platform like the Grab, and the payment like the PromptPay for the whole country payment in Thailand. The movie platform like the Netflix, of course, now become a hot business platform. We talk about globally sustainability and ESG, environment, social, and governance. Data platform becomes so important, and without data platform, those business platform I mentioned will not be possible. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. I really like your data platform scope. That's really good. So, okay. How about Kun Kanyan? Would you like to add a few things?
Sure. I'm going to build on what Kun Tavisak has shared. And as if we were to take away a couple of things from that conversation, I would say, in the past, we used to think of applications, data separately. But if you think about any customer interaction or any digital interaction today, our customers expect it to be smarter, know us well enough, and know the context we're in, and be able to cater and personalize it, whatever information or actions to where I am, who I am, and what I intend to do, right? I mean, that's the expectation today. So having that as a starting point, I would say a data platform is not about a singular platform. It's about how do we ensure we deliver the relevant data, the relevant insights using artificial intelligence or machine learning at whichever points of interaction. It could be making your salespeople smarter. It could be about making your customer service reps smarter by providing them the right information and the right insights at the right time, right? What that means is we're going to change how we think about data platform. It is not a single platform. It is think of it as a fabric that's woven into every part of your business, every application, so that we can get the best of the data that we have today and get the best insights that we can provide to our employees, our customers, to make their experience that much more richer. So in that sense, I would step away from the kind of the old platform-oriented approach, but think of it as think of like blood flows through your veins. Similarly, data should flow seamlessly across the entire enterprise, and we should be able to get insights out of it anywhere, anytime that we want it to be. That's my take on the data platform.
Right. Thank you so much. I find it so exciting. Yeah, when it's like when we can generate the insights, and it will be enormous insight from this kind of new data platform, surely. So how about you, Nick?
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, to my fellow panelists, I really enjoyed kind of the definitions that were shared there. I'm going to expand on one of the earlier points, which was, data platforms have evolved, right? And I actually think the terminology of data platforms and historically what they represented is probably no longer fit for today's world. Just like the CD, the disposable camera, the floppy disk, 40-year-old innovations that stood the test of time, legacy data platforms had a great run, but they were traditionally very much focused in what I'd call descriptive analytics, right? Rearward view sort of aspects, looking at what happened as opposed to what will happen and being predictive and making decisions in real time. So really, I would posit that we need something that's more all-encompassing around AI, right? Because that's really the number one priority for all organizations around how they compete and differentiate themselves today in the market, right? It's not enough to just have a data store. It's not enough to just focus on simple ad hoc queries and analysis. You've got to be able to do the advanced analytics, the machine learning, the AI to drive prescriptive and predictive outcomes in real time. So from our perspective, we believe that's important, and we believe that's the new era of data and AI. And we would put forward that we need to see that come together in a new terminology in the way of a lakehouse, right? Which is really an open data architecture that combines the best of those legacy worlds, typically an enterprise data warehouse and typically a data lake, but bringing that all together so you can store all of your data, structured, semi-structured, unstructured, govern it and secure it in one place on any cloud at any point in time, and have one copy of the data, pay for it once, and serve multiple use cases, be that business intelligence, SQL analytics, real-time apps, or data science and machine learning. So from the Databricks perspective, we're all in on this lakehouse platform, basically one platform to rule them all and to solve all use cases, and to do that with one copy of the data on any cloud that you choose.
Right. Oh, thank you so much, you three, for very sharp and ambitious definition of data platform. So let's us deep dive into the features topics. So could you please tell us about I would say about the current or the future of key components of architectures or features of the data platform? This one can include the staff readiness, technology, and customer. Right. Let me start from Kun Kanyan.
Sure thing. And I'm going to go about this using across three different layers: one, people, process, and technology, if you will. And maybe we start at the technology and we work towards the people, right? Because at the end of the day, all of this is about making our people smarter. If you look at our past journeys in this space, people have been building warehouses for the last 20 plus years. People have been building data lakes for the past close to 10 years. There are a few statistics that stand out to me as a problem, if you will, that calls for a different way to look at the solutions. And I'll talk about the components after that. 69% of enterprise data is still not analyzed today. 80% of projects still suffer from data quality issues. The very issues that we try to solve with our first warehouse projects, subsequently our lake projects. And if you look at the heavy lifting that's going on, still, depending on the project type, 60 to 80% of the time and money is still spent in taking data from one place to a centralized location and then cleaning it or integrating it or harmonizing it and so on, right? And incidentally, about 3/4 of AI projects do not go live across industry. This was a survey done by Gartner. So if you think about all these problem statements, these issues, clearly there are a few things that are impeding our success in this space. We're not achieving what we could be achieving. I've been doing data integration for the past 20 years. We talked about quality, governance, the whole lot, right? It hasn't been an easy process. And also the second thing is, from a people perspective, the people process technology dimension I talked about, often there's a lot of unusability from a business user perspective because they don't understand the technology, the verbiage or the language we use, right? And then typically a data lake project or warehouse project is a 2 to 3 year gig, potentially maybe within a year, a significant expense, if we will, right? So these are some of the challenges we've been facing for the past few years. So starting with the process aspects, I think what we did change and process, I'll bring into technology then people. We go to our application side of the IT has done a great job of taking agile principles, minimal viable products, and started delivering applications, smaller set of functionality, but delivering them on a regular basis so that we can satisfy our business and our end customers. That agile shift has made a massive difference to the quality, the velocity, and the relevance of the application people have been delivering. I think the first thing I'll make the case for the new data platform and the approach to the platform is to start with getting the right people, right process, using the same agile principles, but in the data world, right? So that's the first thing I would say. And that in turn gives us the ability to define the minimum viable product, the minimum viable architectures, the minimum viable data sets that we need to tackle. Because we're keeping an outcome in mind and delivering aligned to the outcome based on the agile principles, right? So in that process, I would make the case for not, unlike the past, perhaps not duplicating data so that we can keep it simpler. Second principle is that we need to be able to discover what information we have, where do we have it, what's the quality of it, using the same AI principles that Nick talked about. Because end of the day, we got to figure out how do we use automation and AI to take away the labor in this process. So keep the sources where possible, use technology to discover what we have, where we have it, and then figure out how do we use, again, technology and AI to figure out how do we mesh data together, right? And then be able to deliver the data in an insight in a useful manner to the end user. And also, as we do that, as we talk about AI these days, equally critical is to ensure we do trusted AI. For example, as much as we want to look at information governance and lifecycle management, equally we need to figure out how do we apply the same principles or similar principles to AI. We call that trusted AI. We should be able to explain how our AI models are making the decisions they're making, right? Otherwise, it's a black box that could be dangerous and could be, from a regulatory perspective, could be challenging as well, right? So in a nutshell, what I would say is that we need to think about this differently, and I would call it a data fabric. A data fabric that allows us to keep data wherever is the right place to keep the data. Could be on-prem, could be on cloud, wherever. And then a second piece, which is allow us to discover what do we have, where do we have, what's the quality of it, so that we can make an informed decision about how to get that data together in an integrated manner. Could be used for descriptive analytics, could be used for predictive analytics, could be used for prescriptive analytics as well as we go forward. And as we do this smarter analytics of late, that's when I would say we need to have components that would ensure the AI models are trustworthy and they operate in an explainable way, compliance with ethical principles that all of us want to comply to, right? That's, in a nutshell, that's the platform, if you will, right? Now, the other important thing is also that this can't be a preserve of IT people. We've got to make this as democratic as possible so that end users, our marketing teams, our sales team, should be able to use the data, should be using data and the insights wherever they want to use it. So I would, in that sense, I would call the next layer is to the usability of the platform so that we democratize our data platforms as we go forward, right? So that combination of process, technology, people, we reckon, and we've seen this in the real world, enable much better outcomes. And companies that do this are close to about twice or 3 times more successful and have better performance than their peers that they do not take this kind of approach. So in a nutshell, that's my platform process people, if you will.
Right. Thank you so much. Right. So yeah, that's very interesting. So basically, what you mean is like the feature will be trying to drive the way AI and the insight can be launched quickly and more efficiently, and including allowing people to use it like comfortably, right? So okay,
Indeed.
right. Nick, would you like to add?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to start on a sort of congruent point there, which I think fundamentally businesses and partners that we work with, they typically come to a point in the road where they need to make a decision around, hey, what is really going to derive competitive advantage for us as a business? Is that continuing to maintain infrastructure and tin and storage and compute and engineer all of the DevOps and sort of scaffolding around that to spin it up, maintain it, and run it, ensure it's efficient? Or is the value for the business really in leveraging our data as a competitive asset and building, the AI and ML models on top? And I think the majority of the customers that we talk to, it's the latter. And if that's where most customers see their value, which is ultimately leveraging their data as an asset and getting, the competitive advantage derived from it in the most cost-effective and efficient way, there's really only one choice in our mind, which is the destination to cloud. So you really need to be looking at a cloud-based data architecture. So what does that mean? Let me kind of describe that for you a little bit in how we think about it. And it starts, number one, with landing all your data in the cloud. Sounds simple. Like if the destination's the cloud, you've got to land your data in the cloud. And really, the best place to land your data in the cloud is the existing cloud-based storage systems. So whether you're on Amazon using S3 or Azure using AWS or Google using Google Cloud Storage, that should be your destination of choice. But then what you've got to do is you've got to ensure that as that data starts to land and reside within the object store, you've got to ensure that it allows for more traditional data warehouse capabilities, such as ACID transaction compliance, schema enforcement, schema evolution, resilience and quality of data through setting expectations on the data as it lands and what you do with it when it doesn't conform. And you need another layer to do that. And that's where the open source project that we've built called Delta Lake comes in. So we believe and we posit that a very essential ingredient to building out that cloud-based modern data platform, what we call the lakehouse, is having that engine on top of the object store that enforces ACID transactions, schemas, schema evolution, quality, consistency, and expectations of the data. And that's what we call the Delta Lake. Add to that, okay, now you've got your data on the object store. You've got a way to make sure that it's robust, it's resilient, it's secure, it's of quality. You now need to discover it, right? You have to have a way to inventory that data. You've got to have some way of navigating the data and figuring out what it means and what you can solve with it. And that requires a catalog. And you really, again, you want a catalog to run across all of those object stores on any cloud. And you want it to be able to handle not just data. Here's the interesting thing, because when we talk about data, sometimes we're only talking about, tabular structures. You actually want it to be able to handle AI assets. So you want it to be able to handle models. You want it to be able to handle things that are more than just tabular data. And this is where a project that we're building out called Unity Catalog comes into play. So you have the Delta Lake providing the open source data layer and enforcing all of the schemas and the reliability and consistency and quality of data. But Unity Catalog provides a way to discover the data on top of the Delta Lake. So now we can discover the data. Now the data is secure, it's robust, it's resilient. We can set expectations of the data, but we need to do something with the data, right? We want to transform that. We want to make that data move from its rawest form into a highly curated form. We probably want to build analytical base tables. Maybe want to build reporting marts or customer data marts. To do that, you really want to have very simple, effective, efficient, and cost-effective data pipelines. So we at Databricks, we have capability called Delta Live Tables that allows you to build those ETL pipelines and to visualize how data is moving through the environment. As that data is transformed, you then go on to serve various use cases. That could be real-time applications, that could be analytical, statistical analysis, it could be machine learning and AI. So the other thing that you want is you want real-time app support, you want a data science and ML workbench, and you want to be able to serve standard SQL analytics power users through a SQL analytics workbench. And to us, that's really just a UI that needs to be contextualized on top of the data that's in the object store, that's in the Delta Lake, that is discoverable. So in the Lakehouse, when you log into the Databricks Lakehouse, if you log in as a data engineer, you get all of the data engineering workbench. If you log in as a SQL analyst, you get all of the SQL workbench. If you log in as a data scientist or a machine learning engineer, you get the workbench for data science and ML. So again, store your data once, pay for it once, but unlock multiple use cases on top of that using an open standard-based open source project, the Delta Lake, and having a unified catalog to discover, inventory, and consume your data for all of these different workload purposes. So that's what we would posit as kind of the sort of feature function capability that you need to look at if you're going to build a lakehouse, a modern data and AI platform in the cloud. And again, we would posit, if you're going to be focusing on deriving value, you don't want to be in the infrastructure space. You want to leverage a cloud-based data AI architecture.
Right. Thanks so much, Nick. So basically, what you suggest, like the architecture for data platform supposed to be fast and easy to use for everyone, especially for analytics and machine learning and AI. That's look like utopia. Thank you.
Correct.
So okay. Kun Tawisak, would you like to add a few things?
Sure. So I think from Oracle, since we provide the technology and engage to partner with many organizations from the data platform, from the cloud technology up to the layer of the business application like ERP or HR or customer experience. So let I walk through those three pillars through the current and future that we are seeing. So let's start with the data and analytics landscape, which is changing very fast and even faster than ever, especially with the business driver to deal with the new normal or never normal economy. So in order to stay in the game in this competitive landscape, the business process needs to be improved day by day. So this is unavoidable, unfortunately. You can imagine even during suddenly the Thai government announced the lockdown without a proper period of notice. Every organization that need to serve their customer or consumer need to adopt and adapt quickly, otherwise they could not survive. So those are the business process part that related to data platform. Then the people skill need to be unlearned and relearned to fully utilize the capability of the ongoing development of the advanced technology serving never normal economy. So this is similar to when we buy the new iPhone, where normally we utilize 50% plus or minus depending on the skill that we are able to use it. So this is quite straightforward. The next one is about the data platform that related to the end-to-end data management system, which is highly appealing due to their ability to identify, define, develop, and operationalize the entire life cycle from the data to insight. Now let's talk about the trend that we are seeing. Let's start with the self-services. The self-service analytics allow the business persona to consolidate data source, generate visualization, and obtain business insight. It helps us to spend less time building the report and more time analyzing them. Don't wait to draw actionable takeaway from the finding. The next one is visual data engineering. Sorting and vetting data can be a very boring and time-consuming task, but not anymore. Visual data engineering capability allow us to automate data pipeline, integrate various data sources almost immediately. It can be used to not only build analytic models, but also be a tool in maintaining the consistency, integrity, and quality of the data. The next one, we talk about the machine learning ops and auto ML ops. Machine learning and AI can be instrumental in the creation and integration of automated process and elevate analytic capability. It can be used to identify patterns within datasets, and even regulate quality error and common key within data infrastructure. Machine learning and AI take on the heavy lifting of data so that user can focus on tasks that require a human touch, problem solving, and growth initiative, among other things. The next one is the cloud. The cloud technology is scalable and cost-effective alternative to all the on-prem that allow you to pay only for the storage or resources that you use. With a dynamic ability to scale based on usage, there is also the added benefit that network connections are less likely to lack. The cloud technology saves money and can be accessed 100% remotely from any place and time in the world. Last but not least, the security and governance. The end-to-end data management system allow us to stay protected, and even when we are not on guard. That's all from me, Dr. Pontibu.
Right. Thank you so much, Khun Tawisak. That's very interesting because, like you mentioned about the self-service features, and like it's like everyone supposed to be able to access to data platform and can generate the insight and using the machine learning easily. Right. Okay. The time is running short, so we are approaching the final topics, which is about the use case. And I believe many of our audience will be interested, really interested to learn about where the data platform can be applied to. So the question is, who should be the first group to adopt data platform, and what are the real use case? Let me start from Khun Nick.
Yeah, sure. Well, from my perspective, I think it comes down to always tackling the right business use case. That's the most important thing, right? And I would strongly recommend and advocate that you need top-level executive buy-in around the value that you're looking to realize and how you're going about doing that. And then you need to enter into dialogue, not only with your execs, but your stakeholders around, hey, what are the business imperatives? What are the use cases that we can tackle that are going to make a difference? And how do we measure that success? And then come up with a prioritized list of business use cases to tackle. At that point, you should have a very clear perspective on what you're going to go after, and you should have a short list of use cases to tackle. The next thing becomes then forming a team, as you rightly put it, around solving that use case, right? Who's going to help us derive and deliver that business value? And there you really want to look at a multidisciplinary cross-functional team. That would be my recommendation. I'd be lying to you if I said it was, a single persona or a single person. It's multidisciplinary, it's cross-functional. That's really the secret sauce. So what does that mean? You need, again, representation from the business. You need someone who can represent the business interests, who can quantify and qualify, what it needs to look like, feel like, and deliver in the way of value, and help you short-circuit the feedback loop around feedback. You need someone to architect the right solution around the target state and the transition from the current state to the target. You need engineering effort, all right, to go and build those pipelines, build those models, operationalize them, and ensure their performance. You probably need a little bit of data science and ML if you're doing the advanced analytics to build the model and to train that model and to deploy it in a way that is consumable in line with the business expectations, be that batch inference or real-time inference in a stream potentially. And then you probably need a little bit of business analysis support to then go and assess and evaluate what you've delivered and the value that's unlocked, and to go and market that internally so you get kind of the rewards reaped incrementally, and you can showcase that as to what good looks like. So I think a multidisciplinary, cross-functional team, super important, buy-in from the executives, all tied to business value. That's the most important thing.
Right. Thank you so much. So basically, business value is the most important, and the way we develop the use case, we should have the kind like a multidisciplinary team. That's really I totally agree. So how about Khun Tawisak? Would you like to add a few things?
Thank you. I think the adoption of data platform very much depend on the business driver to each organization and also each line of industry. So let me go one by one. So based on the experience that Oracle we dealing with the customer, I think the first organization or the business that have been challenging by the lower cost scenario, because they need to lower the cost. Unfortunately, with this situation of the economic recession, the increasing of the cost or the material or energy driving, especially the technology. We have seen many organizations that consume the technology, especially cloud. The actual spending much more than the budgeting planning. And the other side of the coin, the revenue in this recession of the economy, either flat or no growth to a very small growth, less than 10%. But the actual rising or exponential growth of the cost increasing, some of the persona it even double or triple. So by that reason, the costs have been increasing a lot, but the revenue doesn't sort of scale the same level. That's the kind of the business driver driving for the lower cost require the data platform to kick in. The next one is about the business competition and the disruption. And then, of course, if the customer have more demanding from the traditional business. And the last one, I just want to highlight that the hot driving for the data platform is the sustainability and the ESG, the environment, social, and governance. This will become a must. Otherwise, the business will go out from the business because the banking now will not give any loan if you don't have the ESG plan. So those are the areas that I see the business driver for adoption the data platform in a very sort of a speedy manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are running out of the time. So how about Kun Kanyan? Would you like to add something?
I'll keep it brief. So I'll just share a quick experience. A lot of the elements that Nick talked about, the multidisciplinary team, we built a team in IBM called Client Engineering. What we did is to marry design thinking and agile together with this team and couple with a platform called Data Fabric. It makes it a seamless, brings together all the points that Nick and Kuntavisak talked about. What we're finding is that as you apply design thinking, go to the end business users, understand their pain points, understand the opportunities, both top line as well as bottom line. What's interesting is often this comes through as, for example, one common issue that tends to popular use case for data platforms is customer 360, the traditional long term. But what's interesting is that given the current approach of minimum viable approach and agile thinking, you could start delivering that in a lot more agile and a lot more cheaper manner. That's one thing that's as a good use case. Second, for bottom line kind of use cases, what we're finding is things like intelligent asset management. How do I sweat my assets to get more out of my assets, for example, using IoT, using data platforms and so on, right? So the use cases tend to differ industry by industry, and we've built up quite a bit of experience using this cloud engineering approach I talked about. But one thing stands out to wrap this up. It always comes down to how quickly and how precisely can we identify a business pain point or a business opportunity, and then be able to solve that problem in an agile manner, if you will. And I would always say, start with both ways, top line, bottom line, both, and then you'll find a good, rich set of use cases to pursue.
Right. Thank you so much. So I believe that we are all agree that the use case will be driven by the business value, and it's like how we can identify the pain point of the customer quickly. Right. So okay. Since I think we don't have time left. So okay. Thank you so much for the discussion and the information. I am sure that the audience will find this session very, very interesting and useful. And I hope this session should be like allowing us to see the future, including the current, the picture of the data platform clearer and better. So here is the end of the session. And thank you so much for all three speakers for this fruitful panel discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.